The agenda pack with papers is available via mod.gov or directly from the council website from the link which was sent out to members. When you are invited to speak by the chair, please could you clearly state who you are for the benefit of anybody who is listening to the meeting so they can identify who is speaking, and please ensure that you use the microphones if you are in the room. Otherwise, those online will not be able to hear. The meeting is going to be audio recorded by the council. As agendas are now viewed electronically, please members and officers refer to page numbers from the published agenda pack to assist everyone present in finding the appropriate information. There is no expected fire alarm, but should this happen, please follow the Democratic Services officers and they will lead the way out. So I wonder if we could have any apologies, please, or substitutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, committee, and good morning to everyone in the room. Councillor Mike Stanton will be joining us online, and we also have an apology from Councillor Philip Ham, and we have Councillor Sue Osborne, who will be substituting for this meeting.
I think, in fact, Councillor Ham has now retired from this committee, and we do thank him very much for his service. And Councillor Osborne is now taking over from him as a permanent replacement. So, again, thank you to Councillor Ham for his dedicated service to this committee over the years. But can we welcome Councillor Osborne, who has been a frequent member of this meeting in various guises over the months anyway. Good to have you as a permanent member.
Thank you for such a warm welcome, Chairman, and many thanks to Philip for the sterling work he's done on this committee, and I hope I prove to be a worthy successor to him. Thank you.
For that. The minutes of the previous meeting have been circulated. May I take them as a true record, please? Yes. Is this about the accuracy of the minutes?
No, it's a matter arising from them, if I may.
Well, dealing with the accuracy of the minutes, may I take the minutes as a true record, please? Everyone happy with that? Thank you. Right. There is a point you wish to raise, however, Councillor Mansell.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Page 11, we made a request last time for information on the recruitment and retention allowances paid. I think a particular interest to us was the total amount, reflecting our concerns about potential affordability. Clearly, unless I've missed it, which I apologise if I have, but I don't believe we've had that. I did just think that maybe this was also maybe a good point to suggest whether the committee should have an outcome tracker, which some of the other scrutinies have. And I think it's a good way of picking up things like this and providing a prompt to make sure they happen, and it's feedback for us on what does result from what we're recommending.
Do you wish to comment on that, Mr. Waldridge?
Certainly in terms of the latter point, I mean, yes, that's something we're applying and will be putting in place from January onwards to make sure that all 5 scrutiny committees have consistency in terms of their work programmes and outcome trackers. So yes, that's a very good point, Councillor.
Well, meanwhile, if I can note that we're still hoping to receive the information.
That point has been duly noted.
Thank you.
Right. Are there any other matters that members wish to raise about the minutes? Are there any declarations of interest, please? No, thank you. Agenda item 4 is public question time, but we have had no notice of any public questions this month. So we'll move on to agenda item 5, which is the council tax reduction and exceptional hardship scheme. This is on pages 23 to 132. And I'm going to ask Councillor Lyshan to introduce the report, and then doubtless Mr. Warren will add some key points to that. Councillor Lyshan.
Thank you, Chair. I will hand over to Mr. Warren as soon as I can. I have learnt more over the last year about revenues and benefits than I learnt in all my previous years as a councillor, and I'm deeply indebted to Mr. Warren and his team for the time that they have spent explaining things to me. I also just wanted to update from this Scrutiny's meeting in the summer that all of the data now of all, I think it's 272,000 households, is now on the one system, and the team are now working through what is an inevitable backlog caused by that migration of data, and that includes additional work that was caused by the insourcing from Capita. So if I may at that point, Chair, hand over to Mr. Warren to introduce the report, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. The purpose of the report being presented to scrutiny today is to recommend the counter tax reduction scheme and the associated exceptional hardship policy for 26-27, which within the report recommends an increase to income bands for 26-27 when calculating the entitlement to counter tax reduction. And you will also see within the recommendation being brought to scrutiny today is a consideration for a task and finish group, which, if enacted, will allow the scheme to be reviewed by members of scrutiny, and if that does occur, I look forward to working alongside those members to bring forward a scheme for financial year 27-28. As I say, scrutiny are being asked to consider the report in full and to raise any recommendations that need to be taken to executive on the 3rd of December. Again, noting the recommendations are to adopt the proposed counter tax reduction and exceptional hardship policy schemes set out in the paper, as well as the increase to the income band thresholds by September 2025 CPI rate, which was 3.8%. Due to the timings of submissions of the papers, there will be a verbal update given to executive on the 3rd of December of the recommendations and comments that are made today, and they will appear in the full report for full council. So if I may, referring to the report itself, paragraphs 1 to 4 give some background detail to the counter tax reduction scheme itself, as well as confirm the current expenditure for counter tax reduction, as well as the exceptional hardship scheme. The current expenditure on counter tax currently totals around 31 million, and that is as at the 31st of October. And so overall, that shows a gross reduction of 6.9 million on the working age scheme, but an increase of 1.2 million on the pension age scheme. And I think it's important at this point to note that within the legislation, the scheme that we're recommending here affects working age people only. The pension age scheme is dictated by legislation set by central government. So when we're referring to, or when I'm referring to the counter tax reduction scheme today, we are talking about working age recipients of counter tax reduction. Paragraph 5 of the report shows the collection rate sat at the end of Q2 and gives some comparisons between 24-25 and 25-26 financial years. I thought it important to include that comparative data, really because of the changes that came in with a counter tax reduction scheme from the 1st of April 2025. But what I would say is there is a caveat with the collection rates for 25-26. Down to the need to do advanced direct debit collections as a result of the migration of the systems. We needed to make sure we could still collect council tax whilst the systems were down. So there is a slight caveat with that. Paragraph 7 to 9 of the report confirms the changes around the scheme that were adopted by full council in December 2024. And again, I'd like to confirm that this does affect working age recipients of council tax reduction only. Each year we would do at the minimum a light touch review of the scheme, and this was undertaken during 25-26, and paragraphs 10 to 28 of the report cover areas of the light touch that were undertaken. This includes data analysis across other local authorities of a similar size, similar geographical area, and across schemes that are similar to ours in terms of banding scheme. We also looked at areas of the scheme that could be reviewed in paragraph 16, and these included, but were not limited to, removal of the earnings of the disregard of £25 per week, removal of the disregard of certain income types, including £30 per week disregard for disabled households, further reductions in the discount band percentages, and further amendments to non-dependent deductions. We considered feedback from customers, from Citizens Advice and Scrutiny Corporate Resources, and this is detailed specifically between paragraphs 13 to 15 of the report. I would like to refer specifically to the Citizens Advice feedback, which refers to those transitioning from employment and support allowance income related to universal credit. And I refer in paragraphs 17 and 18 that this is a national issue on which we sought specialist advice. And these details were also brought to scrutiny back in July of this year and discussed. Reviewing expenditure on the exceptional hardship scheme, there are charts within the report which show total expenditure and the award outcomes, and the amounts are broken down by household types. This data was presented as at Q1 scrutiny back in July of this year. The report now is showing the same information in the same manner, but now covers details up to Q2. So hopefully that continuity of the way the data is being presented is helpful to members. It can be seen that there has been approximately 136% increase in successful awards this year in comparison to 2024-25 at the end of Q2, and that expenditure at the end of Q2 was approximately £350,000. There is still an projected underspend on the scheme, and so we continue to promote the scheme through our partners such as Citizens Advice, as well as trying to maximise take-up through contact with our customers through various methods. And clearly we will continue to review how best to do this over the course of the remaining year. Within paragraphs 27 and 28 of the report, you will see that no changes are being proposed to the council tax reduction scheme based on the mitigations which are currently in place and will continue to be in place for the remainder of the year. I also refer to the fact that there is an agreement that a full year's worth of data is required to fully analyse and report on, which will allow council to make an informed decision to be made for the scheme in future years. The change the council can make each year without consultation, as detailed in within the scheme documentation, is the income bands themselves. And the level of the income bands specifically. And as in previous years, the recommendation is to increase the income bands by the September CPI rate, which for this year was 3.8%. This is covered in paragraphs 29 to 33 of the reports, and the reasons behind that decision are confirmed as well. Specifically, Department for Work and Pensions, DWP, will generally increase the state benefits by the September CPI rate of 3.8%. And so to protect those recipients in receipt of state benefits, the recommendation is to increase the income bands by the same level. The exact increase, the Department for Work and Pensions will increase state benefits by, is expected to be confirmed today as part of the statement the Chancellor is expected to make. Councillor Lation has already referred to the migration of the systems within the service over the year, and within the report I do refer to that between paragraphs 34 and 37. The data has been included to inform members of the impacts on the service, as well as informing members what is hoped to be achieved from a reporting aspect for future years. One change that has been made in the final version of the report that's been presented today is within the risk part of the report, specifically over the legal challenge that there is potential for to any scheme up and down the country. The risk score is currently likelihood of 3 and an impact of 3, and obviously we'll monitor that moving forward. The remaining sections of the report cover the standard areas from which I would draw attention to the financial implications in paragraphs 44 to 47, which confirms how council tax is currently funded and the ask of allocation to assist with the exceptional hardship scheme during 26-27. The expectation, even though there is currently a projected underspend on the exceptional hardship allocation this year, is that there is at least an equal amount allocated for exceptional hardship payments during 26-27. I would also like to draw attention to paragraphs 50 to 54 of the report regarding an equality impact assessment not being completed this year. Whenever we complete a report, we do this in discussion with the Equalities Impact Officer, as was done for this report. And it was confirmed that no further equality impact assessment was required for this report, as the only change being proposed within the report is expected to be a positive change, and that is the increase to the income bands by the expected 3.8%. It was acknowledged in discussion with the Equalities Impact Assessment Officer. There is an indirect impact for those recipients currently transitioning from employment and support allowance to universal credit, as has been dealt with within the report. But in discussion, because the mitigations for that remain the same as last year and remain or recommended to remain the same for 26-27. As I say, the Equality Impact Assessment Officer that I discussed this with confirmed that no further Equality Impact Assessment was required for this year. Finally, just referring to the appendix of the report, Appendix 1 is a copy of the letter that was sent to working age customers back in February 2025. Scrutiny Corporate and Resources were presented with this letter again in July 2025. And so it shouldn't be a new documentation for you to see. However, it's been included to show what working age customers were informed of, specifically regarding the changes being introduced from the 1st of April 2025. Appendix 2 is the proposed exceptional hardship policy, which has not fundamentally changed from prior years. However, slight amendments have been made to the policy, taking into account feedback that we've received. And we have made clear reference to those in receipt of universal credit who have transitioned from employment and support allowance to make it clear that this scheme can potentially assist those cohort of people. For example, Section 2, Paragraph 2.1 and Section 4, Paragraph 4.1 of the exceptional hardship policy have been amended to reflect that. And then finally, Appendix 3 is the proposed council tax reduction policy, which detailed the new proposed income bands if the 3.8% increase is adopted by council. It's important to note that the policy is currently a draft version because there are legislative changes made by government each year, but we are not informed of those until January, prior to the April that the scheme comes into play, and that is specifically around pension age people again. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions as required.
Thank you. Nothing else you want to add, Councillor Notion?
No, Chair, I'm sure there will be lots of questions. I think the one thing that is kind of uppermost in my mind when I'm looking at council tax reduction, exceptional hardship, is that whilst benefits are individually based, council tax, of course, is household based. And I think that kind of runs underneath. So occasionally, quite often actually, an individual who is in receipt of benefits is the entire household, and often not the entire household. And so I'm not sure that any government is going to be able to take on a total revision of council tax. But I think for me, that is part of my learning in recent months, is that it's probably not surprising that there are issues where it works better, households where it works better, and households where it doesn't. So, but as Mr. Warren has said, happy to take questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll take questions from members of the committee first. I see Councillor Ellis has her hand up, so I'll deal with the committee and then I'll come to you, Councillor Ellis. Okay. So I've got Councillor Filmer to start with.
Thank you, Chair. It was just a couple of clarifications really. On page 25, the sort of paragraph 4 with the table showing the changes from last year. Just wanted to understand if we hadn't taken the changes that we took last year, obviously the pension age one has gone up a little bit. Would we have expected similar to have happened in the non-pension age? So in other words, the changes we made are what's made the difference in terms of the savings that have been made. And the second question you touched on earlier, but I just wanted to understand it a bit more, was on the risk, where, as you say, the risk is showing having the legal challenges risk is going up where we started, and just wanted to understand more fully exactly why that's the case.
Thank you. Regarding the expenditure and the working age scheme, it's really difficult to say because obviously people's circumstances change all the time and claims can increase throughout the year and indeed decrease year on year. But I would suggest that it's a fair assumption that the changes that have been introduced from the 1st of April 2025 have resulted in the decrease in expenditure in that area, and that was the expectation as part of the report last year. In relation to the risk, the reason that has been amended is there has been a legal challenge within Trafford recently, which has come out, which did not go in the council's favour. And I think it's fair to say that this area of benefits, counter tax reduction, etc., is always high risk anyway. And so that's the results of the change to the risk.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Mansell.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the report and the information there. For me, I would just like to say that I believe it's important to maintain the council tax reduction scheme. It's important support that is provided to residents. And I'd say I think that especially applies in the context that we know there is a chance that we may have to put the council tax up, but we're taking the decisions on the council tax reduction first, which is really the wrong way round. But it's an important scheme in its own right, but that is an added dimension. Now, I also wish to ask about the table on page 25, and it is in connection with the transition from universal credit, which clearly is not directly part of this, but absolutely is indirectly part of it, as we've gathered, because the passporting arrangement, as has been said, onto council tax reductions been changed, especially on I'll just call it the income allowance, but you refer to it fully in the report. We know what we're talking about. Now, that has clearly been a big change. It was mentioned in July when the report came to us, but I don't think we had any figures on it. I'm not sure if we've got figures now, and that's what I'm wishing to test a little bit. Now, there's been a reduction in the expenditure on this of nearly £7 million. The obvious question is, why have we got that reduction? And is that reduction, or how much of that reduction, is related to this change in the universal credit transition passporting arrangements? But obviously I'm wondering why, it's £7 million, and would like to know, what are the main factors behind that, but also particularly related to the passporting issue. I've also noted on page 29, in relation to the exceptional hardship claims, they've more than doubled, 136% up. Now, it's great that we've got that safety net, a further safety net there, but it means extra claims, extra difficulty for people getting support they need. So I wouldn't wish to see that being the front line in support being given to people. And really, claims going up is, and I think we have discussed this before, is to a certain extent, an indication that the scheme is starting to fail, in that it's throwing up people having to make more claims. It's more bureaucracy and admin for the council, and it's more difficulty for residents who are having to go through that. So I'm worried by the fact that claims have more than doubled. That indicates we've changed, something has changed, and it's resulting in a lot more hardship out there. And clearly, well, again, same question really: what is the cause, and how much is related to the passporting issue? I think I do need to hear what your responses are to that. But as part of your response, if you could say if you've got any solutions to this. It's sort of mentioned the passporting issue is a national issue, but we're not being offered any solutions here. Are there any that you can suggest to us? So I think those are questions for now. Might a little bit of comeback, but it depends on the answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Warren.
Thank you. I've made notes of the questions you've posed there, but if I do leave anything out, please come back to me. With regards to the reduction for the working age scheme over the course of quarter one, quarter two, there was always an expectation as part of the report that went through full council and indeed scrutiny executive last year that there would be a reduction in expenditure, and the reduction that was proposed to full council last year was based on modelling within the systems, based on different data sets. Now, clearly that's the best information that we can give based on modelling, but as I said earlier, things can change throughout the year anyway, so claims can increase, claims can decrease, personal circumstances may change. There's lots of factors that could affect the overall expenditure on the scheme. So I think it's fair to say that a chunk of that reduction will be as a result of the changes that were brought in, but clearly, as you've referred to there, and as I referred to in the report as well, there's the added impact of those transitioning from employment and support allowance to universal credit as well. So that will have had an impact on the overall expenditure on the working age claim side of things. In terms of the comments about council tax being set in February and council tax reduction scheme being set in December, that does come down to necessity because, unfortunately, and without hiding behind systems, as I know I spoke about back in July, it takes a lot of work and effort and testing to make sure that any changes that are brought in are successful. That when we bill people, we bill people correctly, because if we bill people incorrectly, for example, if we have a percentage increase shown on the council tax bill that's out by 0.1%, we have to rebill everyone. So there's a lot of work that has to go into it, and unfortunately, the time between the council budget being set and the start of the next financial year, that does not give the department, and I would possibly argue any department, time to actually carry out the work that's required on the system. But I do accept what the comment you've made there. With regards to the exceptional hardship scheme, clearly we can see that the claims have doubled over the course of quarter one, quarter two. But again, that was expected as a result of the changes that were made and adopted by full council in December 2024. And you may remember there was discussion on the day about allocations of household support fund for the service in respect to 25-26. So the amount of claims that have been made are not unexpected. In terms of the amount of claims being awarded, again, I would suggest that's not unexpected because we talked about that in at full council in December 2024. What I would say is that the exceptional hardship scheme is exactly that. It's for people in exceptional circumstances and is not intended to be a long-term solution. So a lot of the payments that we have made this year, and I'm sure Simon Doyle, who's with me today, who I didn't introduce, so my apologies, who will confirm as well, that actually these are transitional payments. They're expected to transition people from one circumstance into another. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that if somebody applies this year, they won't be awarded a further payment next year, but they may be awarded a lower payment next year because the circumstances are as they are. And clearly, we're not going to leave people intentionally in dire straits. We will look at each application on an individual basis, and we'll make a decision on that basis and the information provided by that resident. So again, I accept the expenditure has increased substantially, but again, it was an expectation that that was going to happen, and that the aim of this scheme is to transition people so that so they're not having to deal with the changes that we as a council brought in from day one. We are still offering that additional assistance to them. In terms of solutions to the issues currently being faced, the proposal is that during 26-27 there is a full review of the council tax reduction scheme. And we will carry out, or it's expected that we will carry out a full public consultation with agreed amendments that will be consulted on over the course of the year. I'm still in contact with ACS services who help produce the policy for the council tax reduction scheme, not only for us, but for multiple local authorities up and down the country. And I have a meeting with them on Monday of next week for further updates. And we also attend IRRV meetings either quarterly, or we get reports from them on a quarterly basis that will give us updates to what is happening around other local authorities area. But a lot of it will be, as we've done this year and last year, is looking at other local authorities' schemes directly ourselves and seeing what other local authorities are doing. I would say just because other local authorities are doing something doesn't make it right, and doesn't mean we need to fall in line with that, but it is a good indicator as to how issues that are being dealt with nationally. But we do need to consider the residents of Somerset are not necessarily the same or facing the same issues as the residents in Yorkshire. So we do need to be careful that when we are comparing data, we're comparing it with as much as we can a like-for-like basis.
Okay, do you want to come back?
If I may, thank you. Yeah, I will be being honest. I hoped for a little bit more indication of how much of what I'm regarding as a problem, from what I'm hearing, is related to the universal credit transition. And well, the answer we've got is it is partly related to that, and it's partly related to the changes that we previously made to the council previously made to the scheme. So I'd hoped for a little bit more information. Can I ask, can more indication be given on what impact that has had on people? How much how much less support are residents now getting as a result of particularly as it's been flagged up, and the Citizens' Advice have flagged it up as something they've seen being raised with them, and they're one of the agencies we point to for advice. So that there does seem to be a real issue here, but we're struggling to understand the size of it. But from what I've heard, I believe there is an issue here. Could I suggest, if it's possible, I haven't checked what the dates of the executive are. Clearly, they're not far away from what was said earlier. But could
December.
Okay, thank you. Could some effort be made to provide more information on that to the executive? Could that be a suggestion from us, so the executive, has got a picture which I feel we haven't quite got? So that's one suggestion I'd like to make. I'm open to others. I think I need to hear the debate and see if others have got other ideas for how we can address this, because I think there's a problem that does need addressing here. So, but I'll leave it at that for now.
Councillor Lation.
Chair, I think this is something indeed where we need to do more work before the executive, which is on the 3rd of December. And very willing to take that away, of course. I just want to point out, if I may, Chair, the table under number 4, that figure of 6.9 million, that is for the major preceptors. That is not all Somerset Council. So I've done this, and Mr. Heafy will correct me if I have it wrong. I have taken the 6.9 million, deducted the 1.2 million where that has increased, and then I've divided that by 100 and times it by 76.23, which is the percentage that is Somerset Council's, and I make that 4.345 million. In the budget, we expected to save 3.9 million with the banding changes and the other changes. So that looks at the moment, at the end of Q2, as an additional just over, say, £440,000. But we have had the caveat from Mr. Warren that because of the work being done as we migrated data, and we had to ensure that, you'll use the technical terms, that we didn't have a gap in where the council tax had come in. I don't think at the end of Q2 we are far enough down through the year to actually predict what that difference will be. But I think there is a way to predict what we expected from the change in banding and the other changes in council tax reduction scheme and what we're seeing. But I think we need to look at that again at the end of Q3, because we've had the migration of data and the issues of making sure that council tax was fully accounted for, which may be over accounted for. Because if you look at the performance reporting going to executive on the 3rd of December, you'll see that it looks as if we're overachieving at Q2, but that might be a misleading figure. So I think, Chair, there's a lot more work to do, and I think that we will be in a better place to accurately predict at the end of Q3. But it is not a massive difference at the minute. And when we take into account what I've just tried to explain, there may be very little difference. What we do know is that government were expecting to finish the migration from legacy benefits to universal credit by the end of 27-28 year. And that has come forward to the end of 25-26 year. So I would expect this year to see the most significant change in people reporting that difference. However, I think we have to accept that as the financial years go on, some of those people may have already fallen into arrears. They may fall into arrears more in a second year on universal credit. I think what I'm trying to say is there's a huge amount of work to do, and I really support that recommendation for a task and finish group for a limited number of members who are able to give some time to this very complex subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can I just clarify then, Councillor Mansell, you're basically saying that there should be further detail to the executive on the 3rd of December on the balance of impact between universal credit transition and adjustments to our own CTR scheme. Okay, just so I've got that noted. Other members may disagree with that. Other members may feel that that's something that they want to support. So we'll put that one on the note at the moment. Councillor Trimnell. One, Councillor Trimnell.
Here we are. I wanted to ask questions around the exceptional hardship scheme in terms of, firstly, it says that the cost of the average award has increased by about 27.5%, which is obviously greater than the amount the council tax rose by, but I presume that might be because it's more people, for example. Let's give it a go. Right, that's a bit better. So, I was interested to see that what the reasons are for that increase. I think you've sort of touched on them, but I also note that we're just under on page 29. It shows that we're around £100,000 underspent on the household support fund, and it says that we're sort of advertising it as best we can, as though we have to spend that money. And I wondered why that was, because I felt if I was struggling, I might get my hopes up and think, wow, I could apply for some help. And obviously the list of rules and qualifying requirements is enormous, is absolutely vast. And are we getting lots of people who are applying in hope and being turned away? And surely, is it a case that there are two things? Firstly, are people not coming because they are managing? And despite all our efforts, are there better ways to identify people who are struggling but may not be aware of the help that's on offer to them, especially using things, when you look at AI can now predict if somebody elderly is going to fall. Are there ways that we can use those kinds of AI to predict who is going to be struggling and to reach out to the people? And finally, is it when somebody doesn't pay and when they start to get their demands, is that something that's on offer at that point? Is that another way of identifying people? I think that's it. Other than to ask, obviously, over the next year, we've got a budget coming through today, which is going to make a lot of changes, and we don't know what we kind of do, but we're still waiting to see. Are we expecting that? I think you said that we would have pretty much the same budget for next year. But are we expecting that to increase? And just one bit that I forgot to say was, what happens if nobody comes forward and we don't spend that £100,000? Where does that money go? Can we bank it for next year? Can we put it towards our black hole? Thank you.
If I may start, Chair, I'm sure I will want to hand over to Mr. Warren, but just to say that the household support fund money that was allocated to the exceptional hardship was the 800,000, and as you've said, there's the potential of 100,000 underspend. That is specific money, and it is from government. That it's worth noting. Try again. So Crisis and Resilience Fund, it will be renamed. It will be for 3 years, government committing for 3 years, but we don't have the figure yet. And it is possible that it may be a bit less, but it will be to the council to allocate those funds within guidance from government. And like everything else, we're still waiting for the amount, we're still waiting for the guidance. I think the predictive analytics that could come. Is that working now? Just now. Swap the batteries off. Let me try this one.
It's just that you won't be on camera if you take.
Try again. One of our hopes, Chair, is that when we are all on one system, and it is a modern system, we will be able to do a lot more of the predictive work that members of the committee will want to see. We can't do that until we get into the Again, we had this same problem yesterday, I'm afraid. We won't be able to do that until we're into the new financial year. So I think that task and finish group could come at exactly the right time. I think what we need to look at today at executive before the 17th of December, the full council meeting at which the council tax reduction scheme and exceptional hardship scheme need to be agreed, is to make sure that our mitigations are as good as they can be, that we have allowed as much as we feel we may need through the Crisis and Resilience Fund, possibly also through the collection fund. And for me, to ensure that there is help for those people who need one-to-one support in order to access exceptional hardship. So if I may, Chair, I'll hand over to Mr. Warren, who will be able to, none of us can predict what the Chancellor will say at 12 today, of course. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. It's a really difficult thing, the exceptional hardship, because we do promote it. Some people are uncomfortable coming forward and acknowledging that they require financial assistance. Some people do contact us and they don't meet the criteria, for example, because of levels of savings. The policy is that people are in exceptional circumstances. So I know the report last year referred to people finding themselves in challenging circumstances and requiring assistance. This scheme is for those in exceptional circumstances. And is that working? Yeah. The exceptional hardship policy is available to all of our residents, not just those in receipt of council tax reduction. So we are trying to safeguard everyone within Somerset. The comment you made about people who are falling in arrears and potentially being referred to the next step, so enforcement agents, for example. When our or my team speak to people, the exceptional hardship scheme is always talked about, and then talking with that person, we will make we'll have a discussion with them to see actually is exceptional hardship the right way for you to go down. We won't stop anyone from making an application because we can't give anyone an official decision until that application is made, and it wouldn't be right for us to say over the course of a telephone call we will not award you this financial assistance. So there is work that goes into it. I think some of the work that we could do, and I'm sure this will come out over the course of the next year, is to start identifying those people who are in arrears, aren't making any payments of any kind, and again, not
a new battery in that one, so it'll be charged. Try that.
keep losing my thread now. Apologies. It's about pointing people in the right direction and making sure that actually they are aware of what the council can do to offer financial assistance, but it's not always financial assistance that we will offer. We will signpost to agencies like Citizens Advice. Exceptional hardship is not always the answer. There may be bigger problems that people are facing, and actually that the exceptional hardship is just a sticky plaster for some people. So it wouldn't be appropriate just to say, here's an exceptional hardship payment on your way. We do have to try and pay people for more appropriate coverage.
Thank you. Mr. Heafy.
Thank you. If I could just deal with the question around underspends and the carry forward of underspends. And I'm reading verbatim from the guidance here as I talk. It says that funds should be spent or committed before the 31st of March 2026 and cannot be carried over for future usage. Authorities are encouraged to ensure wherever possible that any vouchers issued are redeemed before the end of the fund or shortly thereafter, or consider recycling unused vouchers if it is acceptable for vouchers that have been purchased and delivered to households before the end of the fund to be spent shortly thereafter. So therein lies the guidance. So effectively not, but we can use the voucher system to manage that.
Thank you very much. Well, enlightened anyway.
All right. Thank you very much, Chairman. So let's hope that this particular microphone holds up, because it's having to sort of look after both of us. My first comment would be, I would certainly endorse the recommendation in this paper that we do have a task. It might carry us through the next financial year, 26-27. But for 27-28, it's probably going to need doing that. I think there are questions around affordability, particularly in terms of when you look at the discount bans as they stand. And it's been highlighted from your own work that ours is actually quite a generous scheme, in that we offer the full 100%, and not a lot of schemes now are doing that. We're also in financial emergency mode. I've not heard any official announcement that we are out of financial emergency, and that needs to be borne in mind as well. Is the scheme as it stands affordable? That's something we're going to have to look at. Can it be simplified? Because there's about 80 pages and a very complex system of discounts, additions, deductions. So that's something that I think needs to be looked at as well. And also to ensure consistency, because the more complex something is, the more risk there is that you could get unintentional inconsistency and potential underpayment of what someone is rightfully entitled to. That would be some of my comments, observations. So how are we going to look at the affordability, and are we confident that, bearing in mind the rise we've seen in the number of claims and the value of those claims, quite significant, that we're actually going to be able to afford this scheme next year? What's the contingency if the crisis resilient grant from government to enable us to afford it actually drops? What's the plan B for topping that up? What's the contingency for if we need to top up in year, because things may get worse rather than better on this? In terms of risk of legal challenge, because we're now having to cope with the migration of what were the old legacy benefits now coming over to universal credit. Are we going to have issues there, because there'll be a range of claimants come over? I'd also like to raise the issue of the bandy cap for properties in bands E2H. Have we actually done any modelling on this as to what the impact of it is on rural low-income households, and particularly disabled residents where homes have been rebanded due to adaptations? And one of the issues is as well is that smaller homes in rural areas maybe attract a higher band of council tax than a similar sized house perhaps in an urban area. So we need to make sure we're not discriminating against rural, which is a protected characteristic, by the way, in Somerset. And also, I think there needs to be clarity around how that is calculated within the scheme. And finally, going on to we don't know what the government's going to do, but I think they've hinted hard enough that they are going to abolish the two-child benefit within universal credit. That presumably is going to put us under pressure to remove our two-cap limit, because one of the reasons I think it's survived to date is because to not have a two-cap limit would be putting us contra to government policy. Now, it's likely, if all the signalling and pitch rolling is correct, that the government is going to drop that two-child limit. So have we done any modelling, indicative modelling? We must have done, to work out what extra costs that is going to put on the scheme and how many families to date it is going to impact. And the possibility that it may bring more families in that currently don't claim because it's a 2 cap limit. So some larger families may start to come forward to claim because it would now be available. Thank you. But as I say, I think it is really important to do that task and finish group. Absolutely critical. And what I'd like to know is how soon are you going to be able to start this work? Because as we know, the timescales for doing this is very tight. If you want to see what a time crunch looks like, I suggest you look at doing task and finish work on your council tax scheme and seeing just how tight those deadlines and consultants' deadlines are.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. Mr. Warren.
Thank you, Councillor. In terms of the scheme affordability moving forward, obviously when we look at the scheme, it's a legislative requirement that we provide a scheme for working age people, and we do. Or last year we did model in on what that expenditure would look like. As I've already referred to, we've carried out a light touch review this year in discussion with Section 151 officer in terms of affordability, and so I think that area has been covered. In terms of needing to simplify the scheme, there are many schemes across the country that are operated in different ways. And so that is very much an option that can be looked at as part of a full consultation anyway. And we can look at the impacts of simplifying the scheme in terms of how different groups of people are impacted, and indeed the impact on financial expenditure. So I would expect that to be very much at the forefront of any consultation that we undertake. Contingency within the year in terms of the exceptional hardship payments. Once the exceptional hardship policy is in place, there is not a cut-off. So, for example, if we get through to August 2026, for example, and we've spent what is currently the household support fund allocation, then the council will then have to fund for the remainder of the year. We haven't been in a position where we've overspent, and as I've shown in the report so far, we are projecting an underspend within year. The spend is monitored on a month-to-month basis because that will inform us as to what actions we need to take, whether we need to continue being as active as we are, whether we need to be more proactive, whether we need to undertake actions in different groups of people. So we do monitor that on a month-to-month basis. So we shouldn't get to a position where actually, if we are overspending, we shouldn't be overspending greatly, and we definitely wouldn't be overspending without discussion with members and with Section 151 officer moving forward. But I acknowledge the point that you're making there. In terms of the Band E and H properties, I don't have the report with me today, but the modelling that was undertaken last year, we tried to do as much modelling as we could on those properties. But in terms of those properties, the households being in receipt of council tax reduction, they were low in numbers. That clearly there are still people in household being affected, but they are low in numbers in comparison to other groups and areas. But again, I acknowledge what you've said, and we will do work around that to try and get data to members. With regards to the 2-child limit, the council tax reduction scheme within the income bands. Do you still have it up on your screen? Apologies. The band households relate to a single person with 1 child, a single person with two children. So that final bracket of, as an example, a single person with 2 children, it will indicate 2 children or more. So again, I acknowledge what you've said there, but in terms of the council tax reduction scheme itself, people are not limited to just 2 children. It's just the income bands refer to 2 children and more.
Child benefit disregarded.
And yes, apologies, child benefit is disregarded. So if in the announcements today, the two child benefits limit is lifted, if people do receive more child benefit, that will not have an impact on this scheme, as it's a disregarded income.
Okay, thank you.
Just one further point. I missed that. Presumably as well, it's not covered, I don't think, in the recommendations explicitly here, but it would be really helpful, I think, if there was regular monitoring reports back to this committee, certainly on, ideally, maybe an annual report even, to us, covering the take up and who is taking up the exceptional hardships fund. As you said, it's not just there for council tax, it's there for other things. So it might be useful as well at some stage to have a breakdown of how much of the fund is going on council tax and how much on other things, for example, energy costs, utility costs, that sort of thing. Also as well, arrears patterns, are there particular types of house sales falling into arrears more than others? Protected characteristics, because we need to demonstrate that we have paid due regard to public sector equality duty. And whilst it hasn't been covered this year because the scheme is essentially the same, we will need to cover that in future years. So I think it's really important as well that there are regular monitoring reports, especially as you now have 12 months, you are going to have 12 months of data going forward, that we actually do see some of the data in terms of how the scheme's been administered and working.
Mr. Heafy, would you like to come in?
Thank you, Chair, and perhaps just an overall contextual position from a section 151 perspective. There are many things as councillors you want to do, morally, desirably for your residents, but you can only do what you can afford to do. And at the present time, as you know, we're spending around 10% more each year than we can afford to do. So any changes to the scheme in future that would cost more would have to be looked at it in terms of what else would we stop doing in order to pay for them. This isn't just money that we can spend, it's money that we have to stop doing somewhere else. Before we make any changes to the scheme, I would expect to see a number of things as the 151. I would expect to see some modelling, which I've not seen at the moment. There is no modelling yet. That will be part of the task and finish proposals to see the modelling. There are around 9 or 10 different variables within a council tax reduction scheme that can be varied up or down. Each one will have benefits to certain groups of people. Each one will have disbenefits to certain groups of people. You must alight on a scheme that works for you, that provides benefits across the piece as equitably as possible. We would need to do a full equality impact assessment. This is one of the big areas of risk. To make changes to any scheme without doing that would be extremely foolish and unlawful to do so as well. So we have to do that, and we haven't yet moved into that territory of doing that. We'd need to make sure that we went for full consultation, and that normally means around 12 weeks. The monitoring officer can advise further on that, but I'd expect a period of extensive consultation. We'd then need to bring all that back, consider it, agree a scheme, and then Sean would have to operationalise it, putting it through the systems and in time to produce council tax bills, because these are offset on the bills. So this is a considerable amount of work to change any scheme. We've given you the reasons why it's too late in this year to do that, way too late in this year to do it for 26-27. But the purpose of the task and finish group, and I agree it must start very early in the financial year, is to make sure we've got all that modelling data and can go through all that process to give you a scheme that fits what you want to do. But I'm back to that original point. I know there are many things that as councillors you want to do, many groups of people you want to support, but you also have a fiduciary duty as individuals and as a council to make sure that that budget is balanced, you spend within your means, and taking decisions on additional spending in some areas is going to mean taking some pain and stopping things in other areas, unless the Chancellor comes out with a large package of measures which give us a lot of money today, which I'm really not expecting.
Sue, very quickly.
Just very quickly, following on from that, and it's a quick question through you, Chair, to our 151 officer. What regard, when we're drawing up these schemes and the task and finish group starts to work, the sooner the better, frankly. what due regard you have to give to the other taxpayers in Somerset. So the ones that are probably as well just not quite poor enough to claim these to benefit from a hardship scheme or benefit from any discount to their council tax bills. So these are the people that are going to be paying the full amount. What regard do you have to take to the interests of those of our full tax-paying taxpayers who will ultimately be bearing the cost of this scheme through their council tax? How does that work in there? What balance do you give to that? And is it actually part of any scheme that you have to actually give due regard to all council taxpayers, not just those that are impacted by a scheme?
Through you, Chair. Council tax is a property tax that's levied on the household that's in there. So we have to give regard to the impact on all taxpayers when we do this. The CTRS scheme is very specific to groups of individuals, but we can flex, as I said, flex and change those parameters. So we have to look at, if we change one parameter, who in the wider council tax family does that disadvantage or advantage, and does that give rise to a further risk that somebody else could say, well, actually, I'm in a circumstance that's not dissimilar, I'd like that to be included in the scheme. So we have to have regard to the whole council tax base when we do that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Seeb.
Thank you, Chair. I'm concerned to use the right tool and use it as effectively as possible. And I think the situation we're facing here is we have a universal credit system which is flawed. It has tatty edges. It misdirects some of the cash to, and some people don't get what they need. It's difficult to use, so some people don't get what they need, and so on and so forth. And that is a particular problem, and it's a central government problem. You know, they control that system. The council tax system is also flawed. It doesn't meet the at the lower end. It has particular impacts on society, and it's a general system for general use across the whole of the UK that isn't really very tailored to the needs of an area which has a particular distribution of housing, a particular distribution of need. So the government, and again, that's entirely central government issue. We've then got the council tax reduction scheme, which is a tool invented by government and handed to us with a fairly hefty regulatory framework around it to allow us to do the tailoring that they can't be bothered to do on the national system. And I'm sorry, that's might sound cynical, but it does feel that way. And in amongst the rules and regs is an enormous lag. You have to do all the work which the 151 officer pointed out, and that takes time. And we know from past cycles that it takes around 6 months just to prove that you're not doing anything terribly wrong with minor amendments. And if you want a root and branch review, it will be between 12 and 18 months to actually get the entire bucket of work through. So I do applaud the recommendation in this paper to have a task and finish group, and I think that task and finish group should be set up earlier rather than later, not least of which because the sort of resource upon which that task and finish group will need to draw are seeing peak workloads at certain key times, and I don't want to be competing with other authorities, so let's give ourselves the maximum time to get that task and finish going early. And also, I recognise that the intent of the paper broadly is to do a make safe type hand on from one year to the other, rather than any significant change, in order that it can the scheme can be in place and funded in the budget. So I applaud that. I also recognise that the net result of this is that more people will be tipped over by central government failings and loose ends where we haven't been able to react to universal credit change. And I know there's some specific ones which have been highlighted by members outside of this committee. That does dump people into the handling mechanism that we have, the safety net, the exceptional hardship fund. I would recognise that there is some uncertainty in my mind about the level of increase that we're going to see over the next 12 months while this CTRS is operating. And I would encourage the executive to err on the high side when setting the budget for the hardship fund. I would ask them to check that they have resourced sufficiently the workforce required to administer the hardship fund, because one of the absolutes here is you've got to bring your payment to bear on the recipient as quickly as possible in order to avoid doing them harm. I would, however, point out that we had originally designed the hardship fund mechanism to be responsive, to be lithe, and to deliver quickly, and that we largely reserve the processing of that to ourselves. So it's only our fault. Only our fault if we fail, if you see what I mean. So I think it is a good and fit for purpose safety net. I recognise that taking the approach of the paper will put more people into the safety net, but I think it's the right safety net to use. And I just wish national government would sort their act out at the top end.
So, Councillor Seeb, just to double check, you're suggesting that the executive need to ensure that adequate staff resources are in place to be as responsive as possible.
And I think the other two asks were that the exceptional hardship fund, that the budget for that is on the high side. I would vastly more prefer an underspend than run out of cash and have to go back. And the other issue was to start the task and finish as soon as practicable.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Unless there's any particular comment that anybody wants to make by way of response, I'll move on to our next questioner, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Sean. It's very clear and really detailed. I would echo Councillor Mansell's point that there's a lot more practical data that we would like perhaps to see in terms of usage of the hardship scheme, who's, you know, some of the movements, changes taking place, to just get a real feel of who is accessing the exceptional hardship fund. I don't really have a sense of which people are now moving to that or looking to it, what those numbers, how those numbers break down. And I think that would be very useful to know. I want to refer to the very strong letter we all received from Citizen Advice, who are the people on the front line dealing with financial hardship in the main. I'm concerned that I haven't felt that we have responded to that adequately, because I think they have tried to flag with us a real concern of moving people to universal credit that the government have done. Obviously, it's been done to us. Totally appreciate it's been done to us. But I haven't heard what we have tried to do to support those people, and I would really like to hear that. I'm guessing they are being signposted to the exceptional hardship scheme. So for those that are not aware, there are a whole section of disabled people who have been moved across to universal credit. That has now meant that they are being sent a bill for council tax they previously had not ever been expected to pay. If you are signposting them to exceptional hardship, are they having to pay the bill until they get their exceptional hardship through? How long are average processes taking to get people through exceptional hardship? I'm really concerned at the extra level of stress this has caused to people, and that we as a council are not supporting these people adequately enough and exploring everything we could possibly do to support these people who, through no fault of their own, have ended up in a very, very stressful situation. So I would like to hear a bit more about, do you know, and again, it comes back to Mr. Mansell's point, do we know how many of those people that were pushed into this circumstance unknowingly have approached the exceptional hardship scheme, how those have progressed for them, when they might be expected to receive support if it has pushed them into exceptional hardship? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. With regards to, if I may, first of all, how we're supporting those people who find themselves needing further assistance. We've talked today about the exceptional hardship scheme being a mitigation for those people. I've also talked about members of staff either signposting them to other agencies such as Citizens Advice to seek debt advice. But we do look at the situation holistically. So, for example, within the benefits department, if somebody contacts us to say that they've received a bill and they want to query why their counter tax reduction has gone down, what we will try to do is look at their overall income and see if there's any other benefits that they may be able to claim that they're not claiming. So, for example, personal independence payments. It's not unheard of that actually there are multiple benefits administered by the Department for Work and Pensions that aren't as well taken up as they should be. We also have the mitigations that we covered in the full council report last year, such as, and I appreciate the time of year we're in now, we're limited in terms of what we can do, but we can extend the collections over 12 months rather than 10 months. We can look at coming up with individual payment plans for people to try and it's probably not the right term, but to make it more affordable for them. So maybe coming up with a weekly payment plan or a payment arrangement. There are also other agencies that can do that for us. You know, we're not necessarily experts in all-round money advice servicing, but obviously we do deal with people regularly, people in the same circumstances regularly. But the advice that we give is tailored to that individual. It's not, as I said earlier, it's not a one-size-fits-all. It has to be more than a sticky plaster, because what we can't do is have the same people coming back to us year on year requiring the same level of help. Clearly, there may be some residents like that, and we will take that into account, but the exceptional hardship payment by itself is seen as a transitional payment to assist those people who require it. And again, I would just stress the point that it's not just available to those people in receipt of state benefits or in receipt of council tax reduction. It is for any of our residents who require it and are indeed in exceptional circumstances. In terms of when somebody makes an application for exceptional hardship, the expectation is that actually we will not take any action on that bill until the exceptional hardship application is processed. I'm not going to say that there aren't cases that don't slip through the net, but that is the aim of and process that we try to follow. Clearly, if somebody has come to us to say, I need exceptional financial help, there is no worthwhile in us sending a further bill saying, you know, this is a reminder, you are now being taken to court, you are now being referred to enforcement agents. That is not how, as a service, I want to operate, and as a council, that I'm sure we want to operate. So again, those are things that, and again, I know I refer to the systems, I'm not hiding behind the systems, but being on one system now, that whole process will become easier to manage moving forward. In terms of the people who have applied for the exceptional hardship payments, I accept that there's always more data that we can try and obtain. What I will say is that the data that we do obtain specifically for the exceptional hardship payments is maintained manually. It's not something that's currently done within the revenues and benefits systems, but it's something we can explore to make sure we can capture as much data as possible. What I have tried to do, and I know you'll know this, but I want to refer to it, is in the second table on page 30, is break it down into the expenditure on the exceptional hardship scheme within the protected groups. So, for example, we refer to the sex of people, ethnicity groups, people who are in the household even, who are classed as disabled, households that have children in it. So that data is there, but if there's other data that you wish to be captured in there, then that's something we can do and look to do for the future. In terms of the cohort of people who have made an application for exceptional hardship payments, it's something we can go back and look at of these people who have transitioned from employment support allowance to universal credit. There's work that we can do retrospectively to try and capture that data, and indeed moving forward we can start capturing that data so it's clear from that angle who's applying for this assistance. My concern would be we could keep going down this route in terms of, well, we need to capture for this cohort of people, and we need to capture for this cohort of people, and then all of a sudden the data that we're capturing is so vast that actually it may not necessarily mean something. But that's not my decision to make, and obviously I will capture any data that I'm asked for. But I think it's important that we don't dilute the data to an extent that actually it's showing too much. But I accept your point. And we'll act on the comment about capturing the data for those transitioning from employment support allowance to universal credit.
Thank you. I guess I'm hearing that you're signposting and checking out that they may be eligible for other benefits, but what I'm not hearing is whether Somerset Council have actually looked at doing something with this money they've got that they weren't expecting to get because of the government change, and how that could be mitigated for these people, if there's anything within our powers to support those people in this situation now, not through signposting to benefits, but anything within our own capacity or legal capacities to change the criterias. And I would like to know if there is anything we can do, any criteria that can be amended to capture these people who found themselves in this situation. I'm going back to the breakdown of the exceptional hardship. I think, given that you're saying it's meant to be a temporary support for people, and I'm very, very pleased to see that there are a lot of people accessing it, because that was the whole intention. The changes were made a year ago that, we were very concerned a lot of people were being pushed into exceptional hardship situations, and it's great to see that we have something to support people. If it's meant to be temporary, I'd like to see some flow. Perhaps you asked what extra data, to see what movements happened from people coming into it and people moving out of it. I think that would be quite useful to see. Are there people who are staying on there year after year? Presumably they apply every year, or do they have to advise you if circumstances change? I'm not quite sure what the eligibility criteria is, but I think to see some of that movement would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, that data we can look at maintaining that data moving forward, so we can see actually how much of help has the exceptional hardship been to an individual or an individual household, and we can monitor that. I think informally, I'm correct in saying that we do recognise the same households applying year on year, but as I said earlier, there may be specific reasons for that. Maybe, for example, the household has maximised their income and their circumstances are never going to change. However, it's about trying to move the reliance off of the exceptional hardship scheme. With regards to the additional assistance that can be offered, what I would say is, once the council tax reduction scheme and the exceptional hardship scheme is adopted for the year, no further changes can be made in year, which is why it needs to be reviewed year on year and adopted year on year. So in terms of the mitigations, financial mitigations and mitigations detailed within the reports, once they're set, that's set for the year. I accept what you've said, though, in terms of looking for other options that we may need to look at. But given the projected underspend on the exceptional hardship policy this year, I personally haven't done anything further than that, but it is something I will take on and look at doing moving forward.
Right.
Sorry, just very quickly. I'm just trying to understand. So if somebody has a permanent disability that consistently requires them to be in the exceptional hardship bracket, would they have to apply every year, or would there then become something that they might come under the council tax reduction scheme generally? I'm just trying to understand how people with an ongoing circumstance which isn't going to change are addressed within the system.
So again, with the exceptional hardship policy, people would have to apply year on year. At this point in time, there is not a blanket that covers a specific cohort of people or specific individuals. And the difficulty, I suppose, is that people's circumstances may change over the course of the year. I accept what you've said in terms of long-term disabilities and the unlikelihood of that changing, but people's circumstances can change throughout the year. So I refer to a comment I made earlier in terms of levels of savings. That's something we would have to look at, because if somebody's savings from one year to the next do go up and down, it's something that we need to administer and make sure that we decide upon correctly. Clearly, that's having an impact on resource and expecting an individual to claim year on year. But again, because of the criteria that's in place, that is a requirement. So I'm not sure what the impact would be if we started to introduce a blanket approach to individuals. The final point about mitigations outside of the exceptional hardship and potentially things within the council tax reduction scheme that cover those individuals, that's something that we can look at as part of the consultation that the scheme would have to go under. But again, I think it's complicated by the fact that potentially we're talking about very specific individuals as opposed to a group of affected people.
Thank you. Councillor Lation.
If I may, Chair, I just want to assure you that any case that comes direct to me or via the leader of council goes straight to Mr. Warren and his team, and they respond really quickly. Because of our concern about the migration from legacy benefits to universal credit, we took that to a meeting with Somerset's MPs in Westminster, and I went to each of the MPs' offices and asked them for numbers of cases that they had brought forward to Somerset Council. So far, I have a very small number of cases. I have about 20 cases that came direct to me. So what I'm interested in now, and what I think Task and Finish, and if we can pull in citizens' advice, is that very large number that was identified by citizens' advice as people impacted, whether it was adversely affected or not. We need to look at the difference between that very large number and the much smaller numbers that have come to me direct for work with exceptional hardship. And I just want to assure you that if we have a complex case, I am able to ask Mr. Warren to stop any enforcement action at a half hour's notice. Please be assured that I can do that, and I do that.
Thank you, Councillor Lation. Those assurances are welcome. So I don't see any other member of the committee asking to speak at this stage. So I'm now going to ask Councillor Ellis to put her question, please.
Thank you. My question or comment is around precisely this group of disabled people of working age, some 4,500, 4,481, I think Citizens Advice put it at. These are people with very severe disabilities. Even DWP has classified them as having severe disabilities. People who have limited capability for work and are incapable of doing anything even to prepare themselves for the world of work, because their health conditions or their disabilities are so severe. So this is a group who are never going to be able to work to kind of boost their income, most likely. And this is the people who are being very, very negatively impacted. I would go so far as to use the word harmed by our current council tax reduction scheme. And there won't be a lot of those people hammering at our doors. They won't be outside with banners. They won't all be coming through to citizens' advice. They won't all be coming through to their local councillors and their local MPs. Why? Because they're traumatised, because already their life circumstances were bad enough. The whole process of moving, transitioning, being forced to move from income-related employment and support allowance to universal credit is incredibly stressful, and it takes its toll. And throughout this process, they will have been told by everybody, don't worry, once you're through the other side, you won't be any worse off. They get through the other side, and then what has happened in Somerset, they've been hit, they've landed a council tax bills come through their door, they open it up, and suddenly they're liable for 500, 600, 800, £1,000, whereas before, when they were on their previous benefit, they paid nothing. We recognise that these are very severely disabled people, as reflected in the award of this extra element because of their severe disabilities awarded by DWP, and we did not, as a council, take that away. The name of their benefit has changed. UC, universal credit, with the LCWRA element, and suddenly they're treated differently. Now, if you cast your mind back to last year, there was a big consultation, and there was a consultation on 4 very specific proposals, which were about reducing support to balance the books. But there was no mention in that public consultation of the thing that was coming down the track, partly, I believe, because we all thought managed migration was a bit further ahead. So we were a bit caught out there, but we didn't assess the impact on those people back then. That was we all missed a trick, frankly. I feel mortified absolutely mortified about that. But we have a chance now to try and put things right. Also, the people of working age who we wrote to in February of this year, flagging up the changes that we made to the CTRS. There is no mention in that letter, nothing to prepare them for what will happen to them once they've been migrated to universal credit. There's no mention in there at all. The first they knew was a massive bill landing on their doormat. The next day they might get a letter, doesn't explain the context at all. It just says, now you're on UC, we worked this out, now you're liable for X amount. We are taking this, in some cases, we are taking this from your bank account on these dates. And that terror is what is instilled in somebody at that point. And some people reach out, some people just shut down. Some people just shut down. I've seen this firsthand. So we've got the situation. The history of it is really unfortunate. What we're being told in the paper is that we've got an effective mitigation because they can just apply to the exceptional hardship scheme. But if you read that citizens' advice briefing, they were really, really clear that scheme is not an effective mitigation. It is not accessible to everybody. It is very difficult. I printed out the physical form for one of my residents and showed it to them, and they just lost it. They were already distraught. That just finished them off. They said, what do you want me to do with this? Oh, it's all right. We can ring up. Somebody can help us on the phone. They read through the thing and then they realized, oh my God, they're going to ask questions about my lifestyle. They're going to expect me. I'll have to show that I'm on the cheapest electricity tariff, water tariff, all of this. I'm going to have to work out exactly how much I spend on. There's a massive long list that they want of information that they want. They want copies of bank statements, etc. To a disabled person, I mean, this is a person with somebody with autism, severe mental health difficulties, and various other things. This is just devastating to them. It's not a simple process by any means. So CA has been very clear. Not everybody's aware of it. The process is really, really difficult and inaccessible. You can get caught out by the criteria if you don't provide enough evidence. So they're saying in this report that, oh, it's all right because the officers will take into account any unmanageable impacts of moving from IRESA to UC. Well, the unmanageable impact is the fact of having an 800 quid council tax bill, but I don't know what evidence you're supposed to provide for that. It's just really, really a high bar to be able to leap over. And it's time limited. So you'll have to go through that whole process again next year, even if you are successful. And there's no guarantee that you're actually going to get the help that you need. So for all of those reasons, it is not an effective mitigation for this very, very vulnerable group of people who currently face harm to their physical health, their mental health and well-being. Some people have talked about self-harm. It's in the citizens' advice briefing. I've got one resident I literally have to, I'm on like suicide watch for. So I'm looking for something that we can do that is truly effective. Now for this year, what you can do, there is a power in section 13A 1C of the Local Government Finance Act 1992, which grants local billing authorities the discretion to reduce liability for council tax as they see fit. This includes the power to reduce the chargeable amount to nil. It can be used in relation to individual cases or by determining particular classes of case, groups of council tax payers who share a particular circumstance. So I'm arguing that actually there's nothing to stop us using that discretion now to stop the harm. Stop it now. For next year, I would suggest we look at the exceptional hardship scheme and we insert a section in that scheme, rather like we've got, which is brilliant. This is brilliant. We did this for care leavers and we did it for foster carers. We create a special provision for working age disabled people who have suffered as a result of the migration from the legacy benefits to UC, who are in receipt of this element, which is reflecting the fact that they are severely disabled. Sorry. We can do that. Create a special provision, automatic entitlement. So it gets rid of all the barriers, it gets rid of all the faffing about, it gets rid of all the stress, it gets rid of the harm. We can end it. We can end it now. So there's probably lots of other ways of doing it. You could do like a special grant. We can identify easily those people on our system because we get notified, Somerset Council, the minute anybody gets migrated, something happens and they're like, oh, great, now we can bill this poor disabled person for council tax. In terms of the budget, last year in the savings, we never accounted for what I've termed a gruesome windfall, this extra money that we're now basically demanding of this group of very vulnerable people. It was not in the budget. We should not be budgeting to take that money in the next year. We really shouldn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. Now, Councillor Lotion and Mr. Warren, a number of issues there that you may wish to respond to.
I do wish to raise one thing, and please don't think that I'm ignoring Councillor Ellis's wider concerns and her individual concerns for her residents, because I am paying attention. I do want to draw the committee's attention, though, to the Get Somerset working plan that the executive agreed at a recent meeting. I think it was September. And the work that we are required to do under the Get Britain working plan to bring young people into work or education. And we do have very significant numbers in Somerset, and that is a cohort that is a target on the Get Somerset working plan. So for me, I'm seeing different people with limited capability for work and then limited capability for work and work-related activity. And it is the latter where there is not, if I've understood correctly, an expectation that those people will go back into work. But I think, Chair, that we need to do very careful work here to ensure that we are not looking for people to make changes to CTRS and exceptional hardship that then goes against what we are doing through the Get Somerset working plan. And I think we really need to understand where people will not and cannot and never will go back into work or go into work. I think we just need to understand more. I don't know if you are you able to add more, please, John?
The points that Councillor Ellis has raised and raised correctly. Yes, we are aware of those, and obviously, as I've said, the full consultation will be occurring next year, and I do understand the point that is then another financial year before there is specific financial help for this cohort of people. it's an area that an equality impact assessment will need to be carried out over, because what the council needs to be aware of, and indeed the service need to be aware of, is actually that we're getting the help to the right people at the right time. And whilst I accept, and I'm not arguing against any points that Councillor Ellis has raised by any notion, but we still need to make sure that just because there is a specific element in a universal credit claim, that we are looking at that correctly. We are not tarring everyone with the same brush. And I've seen the citizens' advice feedback, and I've heard what's been said today. It's just it's an area that needs to be considered seriously, and a lot of detailed work will need to go into that to make sure help is being targeted towards the correct people, the correct cohorts.
Mr. Heafy.
Just a point of clarification on the reduction in the liability. The council tax is a liability regardless. It's a tax that we are the collectors of. It's a nationally based tax based on the mix of property and the person. When we put in place the council tax reduction scheme, that's a personal reduction on the liability. So we're not reducing the liability. The liability is there all the time. It sits there, and we're reducing that personal liability through the council tax reduction scheme. You need to remember as well that this is a graduated system effectively. At the top end, there are people who can afford to pay their council tax and will pay their council tax and do pay their council tax, and that's the basic expectation for those who can afford it. The council tax reduction scheme is intended to look at people whose circumstances are such that they can't afford to pay it without some help. They'll pay a proportion of it usually, but not without some help in the system there. But we still expect adjustments to lifestyle in order to make sure they pay as much of the tax as they possibly can afford. Exceptional hardship is at the end of the scale, where we're talking about people whose lifestyles are very challenging, in and out of work, no work, on benefits, no savings, nothing else to fall back on, and probably very few luxuries in life, to be quite honest. It's, you know, they're working at that basic level. That's what exceptional hardship is to do. So I just urge you to think about this as the graduated scheme of making sure that we provide the right support to the right people, and that's why looking at the scheme next year and tailoring it is important. Just a final comment for me. I've worked in quite a number of authorities and seen quite a number of exceptional hardship forms that people fill in. Ours is no different, no harder, no easier. It's got the same range of questions that I expect to find on any council tax, on any exceptional hardship scheme, and pretty similar to where we took at means tested benefits, pretty similar to those kind of schemes as well. So I get it can be quite daunting to look at, but people can get the CAB, for instance, to help them fill in the form and other things. But it's, you know, our job is not to make it difficult for people, it's to make it easy, but equally we do need to make sure we're talking about people who genuinely are exceptional hardship cases.
Councillor Slocum, your hand was up online earlier. It has subsequently disappeared, but I don't know if you're still burning to ask a question.
Oh, Mr.
In
Chairman,
your spaceship. Good morning.
You're a gentleman. Can I just say that the exceptional first speaker, Councillor Mansell, he summed up everything that I wanted to say, and subsequent councillors have done since. Councillor Osborne captured some of my questions, so I'm not going to waste your time, but I'm just going to say I think it's a very emotive subject. The last speaker, I think, as well summed up my emotion. But I think that we want to do the best for our residents, and we all want to do the best here today. So I think all the questions have been asked. So I won't waste any more of your time, but thank you very much. I think this has been a very, very good debate today.
Thank you, Councillor Slocum, and Councillor Johnson, the Vice Chairman, wants to have one quick final word.
I just want to check if you have any comment on the legal aspect that Councillor Ellis raised, and whether we do have powers under that Act to actually just redress. I understand, you know, the complexities of people on universal credit and transitioning people here, there and everywhere, you know, and changes that may take place. But this is a group of people who had been allocated discount, who literally through a change in the government's definitions have now found themselves in a different place. It's a very defined group of people that are trackable, and whether we have powers under our legal processes to support those people, particularly in a one-off situation. And I'm just not hearing that there's any appetite, I suppose, to really support this very unusual circumstance.
Mr. Heath, you might want to come in and stop me at some point, but I will just say what my understanding is. The Section 13A1C part of the legislation is generally used for exceptional circumstances, which we've experienced in Somerset over the last few years. So things like flooding, we can look at reducing people's liabilities for something like that. Indeed, I will say, yes, I assume we can use something like this for this cohort of people, but clearly it would need to be costed, and it would need to, again, it's difficult to say whether we're tarring everyone with the same brush, for want of a better phrase, without looking at individual circumstances. But the legislation is there, and yes, the liabilities can be reduced, but it's generally used for exceptional circumstances affecting the property. So, as I say, something like flooding or
Fire.
Fire. Sorry,
A fire case at the moment.
Can I make a request to the committee that when we go to exec, that costing is provided? Because I'm struggling to understand the costing. If it's money we weren't expecting to get in, what the costing would be, but whether that information could come as to that being explored before the exec meeting, as to whether this law could be looked at to see if it could support this particular circumstance of group of people.
Earlier in the meeting, I did refer to my calculations where I thought the most that the council would be saving on CTRS compared with the budget saving forecast when we set our budget back in March was about another 440,000 at the moment, but we can't rely on that figure because of the work that the Revs and Bens team have had to do in order to ensure that income was put to the right account, and some of that will be corrected back. So that figure cannot be relied upon. That is the only figure I've been able to work out. But I think what we need to do through the task and finish group is really have a look at what disregards do from people's total income to where they get to CTRS, and about the fact that benefits are individual, but council tax is household. So you can, for instance, be in receipt of a benefit about limited capability for work, yet other people in the household are working. And then that is not taken into account. So for me, it's a further demonstration of the unfairness and the unsuitability of council tax, which I think was Councillor Seeb's point earlier in the meeting. It is another piece of proof that council tax does not work as a way of funding both social care for people who are most vulnerable and also looking after those people who are in their own homes and able to live independent lives, but whom we look to support in whatever way we can. It is a flawed system, in my view, council tax.
Right, thank you. Mr. Heafy and then Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of points really, just in terms of what the council can and does have discretion to do. So what the council does have discretion to do, it's already doing. It's the availability of the exceptional hardship scheme, and this of course requires the application to be submitted as has been discussed. The council doesn't have, and we've sought legal advice on this point, just legal discretion to stop council tax liability in respect of this issue. A reduction and waiver of council tax can only be implemented through CTRS, which will require public consultation and equalities impact assessment to be completed. And if I may, Chair, the significant The significance of a change to council tax must not be underestimated. Any change to council tax eligibility and CTRS needs to go through a proper and appropriate consultation. To not do so could risk the validity of that scheme. In risking the validity of the scheme, you could end up with the scheme that you currently have unamended. And there are instances whereby challenges have been made to councils for not going through that appropriate process. And in doing so, the result of their schemes being quashed and the current scheme currently being implemented as a result of that. As part of that consideration around consultation, we must put into our minds the timescale that are available. Now, there have already been issues associated with the availability of resource to complete that review in time for budget setting. In a way, you can disregard that point. I appreciate the team and Clive probably would disagree with me at that point, but in terms of the legality of the matter, that's not of your consideration. The key issue is the ability to deliver that scheme going through that consultation in this timescale that you have available. The deadline is the 11th of March for setting that council tax, but clearly in order to hit that date needs to be brought forward associated with the budget setting. So all of those things need to be in place, and there is simply not time to commence a legally robust consultation, to assess that response and redesign your council tax scheme and your CTRS as part of that process. Regrettably, you have timed out. The issue would also be you'd need to have a design of that scheme as well. And I cannot advise, and my legal team cannot advise on the nature of that consultation, because I do not have a scheme in front of me to assess, consider and advise upon at this stage. Forgive the formality of the words that I've just used, but it's really important that we understand the implications of making that amendment, or recommending that amendment, sorry, to executive moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you. Mr. Jones has made many of the points I would have made, but I want to just stress for you as well the equality impact assessment importance. We are charged with the public sector equality duty to making sure that schemes are fair and equitable to all of our residents. Making one change to one group inevitably will impact on other groups, either with direct or indirect discrimination. And we have a duty, and it's the right thing to do, that we assess any scheme that comes forward. We look at the options and the changes, but we look at who it impacts, how they are disadvantages, and we take any decision on that basis. That is not a quick piece of work. And my recommendation would always be that we do not put changes through, particularly on a scheme of this controversial, this difficult, without going through a full equality impact assessment.
Can I just say that recommendation 1 that we've got before us today enables us to set up the task and finish group to go through a proper process to review exactly this issue with the timescales that we are having to work within. I am very certain that members of the executive and officers have heard Councillor Ellis's very passionate and I have no doubt well-founded concerns this morning. But we can ensure that we can look at those in detail as we do that task and finish work, and that would strike me as being the appropriate way forward with it. From the point that we are now, to get that properly examined would be best done through the task and finish group, I think. Unless someone's going to tell me something different that I've missed. Are you going to tell me that, Councillor Mansell?
Partly.
Oh dear.
But sorry, but your suggestion is the right one. I don't disagree with what you've just said. The task and finish group does need to get to grips with this. I do feel we're being told that there is a problem here, and since advice has been flagging up to us, I just wish to test the waters a little bit more, if I may. I'm accepting what's being said in regard to the council tax reduction scheme. We've had some clear advice on that. Could I ask whether something could be done to the exceptional hardship scheme to make people, so to allow people in this circumstance for their application through the exceptional hardship scheme to go through with less of the challenges that involves. Could we insert? Could we? Well, I think it's the executive who would need to do it. But could we make a suggestion that the executive, that something be taken to the executive? I don't think we've quite got it in front of us enough today, but within the week or so before the executive, could officers look if something could be done to change the exceptional hardship scheme as a request from our committee?
I think one of the points that Councillor Seeb made was that the executive need to ensure that there are adequate resources in place to be as responsive as possible to claims, and that the exceptional hardship fund should err on the higher side. So I think to some degree what you're asking for there is already being part of what we are going, I hope, to agree in a moment, as was suggested earlier by Councillor Seeb.
I think part of the point is that for some people, the process and requirements of exceptional hardship scheme can be a challenge, and I can fully understand that some people will just shut down from this. I've seen that sort of thing, not with this as an example, but I've seen that sort of approach. People just can't cope with it. Okay, citizens' advice can help a bit, but I do just wonder, there's a circumstance here that has come up unexpectedly on us, and whether...
Yes, I hear what you say, Councillor Mansell, but I don't think we're in a position necessarily to redesign the application, but we can make sure that there are people who are able to respond to those applications sensitively and quickly. That's the point, isn't it?
Well, it is. I was just hoping. I haven't got the solution. I'm not pretending I have, but I was wondering whether the officers who are better placed to think it through. They've only got a few days, but whether they could think of if there is some way of adjusting the exceptional hardship scheme and making and taking that to the executive. If they can't find anything, well, I think we have to accept that. But if they can find something quickly to take to executive at their meeting, I would be very pleased to see that.
Okay. Now, lots of hands have shot up. Councillor Lation, and then I've got some councillors on my right.
So, Chair, I feel I do need to say this, since the migration of data all to one system, because the revenues and benefits team were not able to undergo the restructuring that the rest of the council underwent, that is happening now. And so I ask member colleagues to be mindful of that and to understand that there are pressures on the team at the moment, both on completing that move to the one piece of software and also on the restructure that has to be completed. I'm not quite sure when, but we can get advice on that. So I'm just mindful of what we can and can't do. I'm very willing to say that I will go back to citizens' advice myself, because I wish to discuss with them if they have time to meet with me, and I think face-to-face would be really helpful, and actually talk about the numbers that they included in their communication to all members and the number of cases that I've come across personally and that have come to me via the leader and the MPs in Somerset, and actually see if we can understand a bit better why those numbers are so different and whether there are specific people that Citizens Advice can put forward to us who we can be more proactive in contacting to see how better we can support them. I'm very happy to take on that piece of work, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Right, Mr. Heafy, then I've got Councillor Osborne, Councillor Trimnall and Councillor Seeb.
Really, one positive thing I think we need to look at is funding to the CAB and advisory services. So part of a good offer of any scheme such as this is signposting people to the right sources to help them get the maximum benefits, to help them look at filling in forms, etc. And typically authorities have done that through making sure there's adequate funding to people like Citizens Advice Bureau, and there may well be a host of other agencies. Some councils still have their own internal welfare rights team that do that as well, but that helps people then to go through it. The scheme itself is not, I'll stress again, it's not fundamentally different from other schemes that we see, and will always be on a means tested basis, because we are talking about those in society who really are, have got so little, they really need that level of support.
Thank you. Councillor Trimnall.
Thank you, Chair. It's all right. It doesn't matter. Right. So what I want to know is basically, well, I put my hand up when Mr. Heafy was speaking and when Mr. Jones was speaking, because both of them made points about the fact that we've effectively timed out. We don't have an opportunity now to be able to do something to help people who were previously exempted. And I do recognise that as a huge issue for people. And we can say, you know, people will help you fill out the forms, but we know that time and again, people don't either know about that, or that they feel like if I've got extra hurdles to jump, then somehow I'll have to muddle through. And we know that people end up in all kinds of problems as a result of that. So what I wanted to know was, can we make this a really big focus on this task and finish group to bring in anything that we can do in time for this time next year when we're looking at things. Now, it may be that there isn't anything we can do, I don't know, but that's something we need to investigate. And in the meantime, then we need to find ways to be able to get in touch with people who we feel are those same people who now won't have that automatic council tax liability. I think it was the liability that they were free from previously that they now aren't, and to really try and reach out to as many people as possible who are eligible. And it doesn't sound like there are, you know, enormous numbers of people, so we should find a way to do that. It's got to be a priority, because for a lot of people this is going to be really stressful time. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Trimnell. Councillor Osborne.
Hopefully this one will work. It is excellent. What I was going to say was to go back. I've just lost it because it's pushed up the internet. What I was going to say was, looking at the recommendations, I'm happy to propose or second the first recommendation that we have on that paper, which is to establish a full task and finish group. And that task and finish group, basically it's access all areas, and if you feel you have to redesign the scheme, well, so be it. Just make sure you start that work as soon as you possibly can, because of that 12-week consultation which you'll have to do. The second was to make additional recommendations to executive, and I've lost the bit on my screen at the moment, but there are a number of additional recommendations I think we could make to executive which may well help. And I have a few here. So one would be as well that we commit to transparent annual uprating of income thresholds, because that way we match rises in state benefits. So you don't get the problem of fiscal drag whereby people drop out of a band because of increased benefits only. It keeps everything in line. I also feel as well we need to strengthen what we're offering in terms of accessibility and digital, and reduce the risk of digital exclusion, because in the report it was indicating that it wants to do more online, it wants to be more digital, because that's quite a saving. But as Councillor Ellis has very clearly explained, that's not always a line that's open to everybody. So I would like the executive to formally confirm the continuation of paper and telephone routes for applications, change notifications and evidence submission, and ensure that we make it very explicit in the scheme documentation and what goes out publicly. Probably need to make the bandee cap much more explicit and clearer in terms of how we communicate that and why we're retaining that approach. And also look at enhancing monitoring and transparency, including equalities assessments, to prove that we are complying with the public sector equality duty. And those reports cover things such as case take-up and casework trends, impacts on people with protected characteristics, exceptional hardship scheme demand and outcomes, which could be related to comms, arrears and recovery outcomes, and analysis on the impact of the non-dependent deduction, because you may have someone living with you who's not a dependent, but on the other hand, they're not earning an awful lot either. There's a couple of other things as well.
Councillor Osborne, if you're suggesting those should be added to our recommendations, do you have them in front of you in a written form?
Yes, I do, in a written form.
Do you think you could possibly whack them over to me so I've got the opportunity to just look at them in detail? Because it is possible to lose some of the detail that you're mentioning.
Yes, you're quite right. I'll whack them over to you,
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Because I think some of them would be helpful, particularly on having very clear and transparent comms plans. So, and in the meantime, Councillor Steeves put his hand up, so
You did.
it will give me a commercial break.
Councillor Seeb.
Yes, Chairman. I think that list of recommendations seem to split between communications recommendations as, to the executive about messaging this year, and general ones which actually are fundamentally best directed to the task and finish group, which we probably ought to note concerns and pass those to the task and finish group. However, I think the reason I had my hand up was I have sympathy for the message, sympathy for the point raised by Councillor Mansell, and I thought your wording, Chairman, actually captured the two distinct but parallel threads of sensitive but speedy. I asked for speedy, Councillor Mansell asked for sensitive interface to the customer as they come into us, and I think it also addresses to a very large degree the multi-channel approach and the limited digital access point which Councillor Osborne was making earlier. I think you could probably wrap those up in a single point, but I was concerned because the entire point of me making the speedy point was because I wanted to ensure that we were resourced to overcome the drag caused by the difficult circumstances on migration in which the team finds itself. We need to overcome this. We can't turn around to people and say, I'm sorry, I'm terribly late with your payment. This was because of a computer problem over in County Hall. That's not what we're after. We're after, no, here's your payment on time. And if we've got to throw more effort in, more resource in, I want executive to recognise the problem that they've got because of migration and compensate for that.
I'm hearing many good suggestions. Could I suggest that if you're broadly happy with the task and finish group, we can look at the start date of that, that many of these suggestions feed into the task and finish group. You know, they can feed into executive, but we have advised and will continue to advise that we can do nothing for next year's scheme other than uprate in line with the paper, the 3.8% in line with the benefits uprate. The rest of it belongs in task and finish, where we can pull all of this together, take all of the members' good points, and I'd be happy to commit to writing a draft terms of reference for that to bring back to the next committee, so that members will be happy with the terms of reference of that and pick up some of the good points that are being raised.
Right, is there anybody else who wishes to speak? I just need to absorb these for 30 seconds, if you will talk amongst yourselves. Councillor Osborne, could I just clarify your request for commitment to transparent annual uprating of income thresholds is actually a strengthening of little 2 on page 24 rather than any different proposal? You're not suggesting that that should be changed significantly, you're just asking the executive should confirm it.
Yes, I believe they should, and that should be something that should be factored into the task and finish, that we make that as a regular, we remove the discretionary we may part, so we make it much more definitive, then people know that it is going to rise in line with whatever index you choose.
The only thing I do slightly think is that the executive are looking on the 3rd of December at the proposal for this year, we can discuss what you're suggesting as part of the task and finish group,
Yes.
so that should be therefore confirmed for future years.
Yes.
So I
should be.
suspect that it would be better to leave the recommendations it currently is, but enfold what you're talking about as part of the discussion in the task and finish group.
Yes, I'm quite happy for those suggestions as appropriate to be divided, to be passed on to the task and finish. But anything that can be done, the ones that relate to comms, are probably things we can look at now.
Yeah.
And I would also welcome, and it is not for me, but for others maybe, to take up Mr. Heafy's suggestion to write the terms of reference for the task and finish group. I think that would be very sensible.
Right, so if I can then start to bundle some of these things together. So we've got the recommendations as listed on page 23. I suggest that we do amend the first one slightly in the first line. So in considering whether to establish a member-led task and finish group in April, I think it probably ought to be as soon as practicable and no later than April. And we welcome Mr. Heafy's offer to help draft the terms of reference for that task and finish group. But I would suggest that we amend number 1 accordingly. That the succeeding recommendations to the executive, little 1 and little 2, go forward. However, we add that the executive should ensure that there are adequate staff resources in place so that we can be sure that we can be as responsible as possible to all applicants, and that the exceptional hardship fund should err on the higher side. We take, I think, Mr. Heafy's points also about ways in which we can assist other organisations in being able to provide backup and support to applicants. And finally, the point that Councillor Mansell made, and I think everybody agreed with, that there should be further detail given to the executive on the balance of impact between universal credit transition and adjustments to our own CTR scheme. Is there anything else that anybody wants to add? Mr. Heafy?
Yeah, just on the timing of the task and finish group, I'd be happy to pull that forward to February. I'm mindful of the workload that's on Sean at the moment in terms of both restructuring a single council tax system and getting the billing out. So if you're happy, we'll take that action. But I think we ought to agree the terms of reference this side of Christmas, so you know what we're working to, and actually we can distribute then to the members on the group a generality of reading materials. There's plenty of reading material out there from other councils, national reviews, etc., that would help you understand that and set your background ready for February.
And sorry, the final point, and I do apologise, Councillor Osborne, that you made, which I think is a fair and valid one, is that the executive should consider strengthening the access, or at least ensuring the accessibility of information about the scheme, the reduction scheme, and that you should be very mindful to ensure that any risk of digital exclusion is reduced, and that therefore might mean that paper and telephone routes for applications and evidence submission should be made available. Those are now the recommendations. Thank you. Mr. Mansell, however, Councillor Mansell just wishes to have a slight...
No, would you? It sounds fine. Thank you for doing that. Okay. Could I just? I was number 3. Would you mind just reading that out? I was just what
the one that you?
No, I think it was the 3. So and this was technical comments as well.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. It started off about adequate staff. What you said seemed to tail off a little bit. I wasn't quite sure how it went.
I'm sorry, it's a bit tailed off. That adequate, the executive should ensure that there are adequate staff resources in place to be as responsive as possible to all applicants. Yeah, and that the exceptional hardship fund should err on the higher side. Councillor Hobhouse. So those are the recommendations.
This
concerns your recommendations. You have a fallout that is going to occur between now and when the working group actually forms to look at next year's council tax. And I think Mr. Heapy's idea of having the Citizens Advice Bureau picking up the slack is actually an extremely useful thing to put in the recommendations, because we've got a situation where for the next year, unless you have things set up in the working group that things can be looked at retrospectively, you've got a fallout.
Sorry, Councillor Hoppus, as I was being asked to repeat the recommendation that originated with Councillor Seeb, I did actually, as part of the original aside, say that Mr. Heapy had suggested very helpfully that we could look to support other organisations like Citizens Advice to assist in giving that advice. It wouldn't necessarily have to be directly our own staff, but it could be ways in which we could support other organisations to help with that advice. So I suppose in saying the executive to ensure that adequate staff resources are in place, they aren't necessarily directly employed ones. It can be us supporting other organisations to do that. All right. Right. If you're happy with that, Councillor Osborne.
Yes, I'm happy with that, but Councillor Hoppus will also recall that in South Somerset, we used to have a service level agreement for probably over a six-figure sum in order to do some of this work on our behalf, so as it wasn't falling to our officers to do it. It was actually being done by CAB, and we did have a full service level agreement that seemed to work quite well.
Well, I think we can rely on the executive, their members having been here this morning, to hear all of those points to be able to ensure that the best outcome is achieved. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to put that to the meeting. Are you happy that those should be the recommendations that we agreed this morning and put forward? All those in favour? Right. I love a unanimous vote. Can I thank Councillor? Oh, a nearly unanimous vote. The Vice Chairman is abstaining. Councillor Ellis, can I thank you very much for having come this morning and spoken so eloquently. We do appreciate it very much. I'm now going to suggest that we have a 5-minute comfort break. And those of you that need to renew their caffeine drips can do so. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Latkovich just has said that the issue with the microphones isn't necessarily a battery one. It can be a frequency interference. So if anybody has their police radio about their person at the moment and have left it switched on, could you just turn it off and then hopefully the batteries will last? Okay, so we now move to agenda item 6, which is the community working review. I'm going to ask Theo Butt-Phillip, please, Councillor Butt-Phillip, to introduce this item.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm pleased to introduce this item, which, as you say, is the community working review. This has been something which has been something we've been wanting to do for a long time and have managed to finally kick off this year. It's designed to take a look at our engagement with our communities in the round, how we engage as Somerset Council. As members will be aware, we decided that in order to have an understanding both of national best practice and a degree of an external lens on this, we're working with a company called Citizen Network on this review. They have been undertaking the research phase of the review in recent weeks and months, but there is still considerable amounts to do, but we have always committed to coming to this committee at as early a stage as possible, and that's why we're here this week. So I'll hand over to Kate Hellard and Sarah Skirton, and there are members of the team from Citizen Network online as well who will doubtless join in later on. But over to Kate.
Thanks, Theo. So we've got a few slides just to run through I was going to say this afternoon. And that just gives a bit of a summary. Hopefully you'll have had a chance to see these and they complement the paper. So as Theo said, we're reviewing the relationship between Somerset Council and our communities and how we work with our communities. As background, as we went into a unitary authority, the One Somerset business case, and in fact the Stronger Somerset business case, both envisioned a future in which communities would have greater involvement. They would become bigger partners, and Somerset Council would work with them to create sustainability and resilience within our communities. We stood LCNs up as part of that business case in 2023, and pleased to say we, as of this week, now have a full permanent staff team. But we had a commitment to review LCNs 2 years in, and that 2-year point was July, August this year. Community development and engagement, we know, can help communities take responsibility for themselves, and we're seeing coming through in government policy, in particular the English Devolution Bill and Clause 58, but also in the Pride of Place strategy, a commitment to neighbourhoods working and neighbourhood committees, and it's very likely that there will be an obligation for councils, all councils, not just unitary councils, to have a similar format to our existing LCNs, but also to put those kind of mechanisms in place to work more closely with communities. So the purpose of the review had a series of objectives to give us an insight into national policy and perspective, to be able to understand the experience of a range of stakeholders that would include Somerset councillors, but also the voluntary community, faith and social enterprise partners, the health, police and other statutory colleagues, and city, town and parish councillors and clerks, to understand their expectations, but also the challenges that they're experiencing in working with Somerset Council now and what they would like to develop going forwards and how we could develop it. There was an expectation that we would co-produce a framework for Somerset Council that could build on existing best practice, be that national or local best practice, and that we would look at how our services across the whole of Somerset Council are engaging with and can engage with residents and communities going forwards. To better understand our role as an organisation in terms of community development and what that currently looks like and what that might look like into the future, and to produce a report that outlines those opportunities and a series of recommendations. Next slide, please. So our expectation was that consideration would be given to what's currently happening, how we support our elected members, and we know that the divisional responsibilities of elected members is really key to supporting communities. So how do our link officer team work alongside members to support and enhance their role, and how do we make sure that that is cascaded and supported across the organisation? We want communities to become more independent, more resilient, and able to do more themselves, and reducing that kind of call on statutory services. And there's a really ethos that we want to be able to build on. So we want to establish clear objectives and to find the language. So currently, I think we hear about neighbourhoods being talked about in lots of different contexts. The NHS is talking about neighbourhood boards and what they'll look like in an ICB context. Connect Somerset talks about neighbourhoods and locality working. And we talk about neighbourhoods and locality working in an LCN context. The government talks about neighbourhoods through the Social Care Reform Act, through the NHS reforms, and now through the English Devolution Bill, all using the same language but meaning completely different things. So we wanted to be able to really clearly define the language and the space in which we anticipate and expect this to sit. And finally, it's really important that we're building on the opportunities to enhance and support the building blocks of health and the ambitions of our public health colleagues. We know that there is nothing that we do in communities that doesn't support the building blocks of health, in, you know, so much as to say that filling potholes in our communities supports our residents to live healthier lifestyles. So there is lots that is happening, and it would be remiss of us not to just touch on briefly the LCNs. For the next slide, please. And just a reminder that the purpose of local community networks was to be a mechanism for community engagement and development, and really they have been built around that ethos of partnership working and the connections between Somerset Council and our partners. We said when we first stood up LCNs in January 2003, 23, yes, gosh, it's felt like a long time, but not 20 years too long. That we expected that they would take about 2 years to build relationships and to build that strength and the trust in communities in order to affect positive change. We weren't anticipating seeing significant results coming out of LCNs in that time. What we have seen, however, is lots of projects and lots of activity happening in our community. So just a couple of examples. The SALC Health and Wellbeing funding, about £300,000 has been drawn down through the development and coordination of local community networks in local projects. That funding has been match funded by our city, town and parish councils, and those communities now are delivering projects which have a significant positive impact on the health and well-being of their residents. The Taunton LCN is looking at how they might further engage young people in their local community network, and whether there's the option to run a young person's LCN alongside them. There's a lot of work happening across LCNs in terms of active travel, and all of these things have been supported and developed with the link officers and members in those communities. So the local community network has been a mechanism by which we have supported community development and enhanced engagement. But what we really want to do with this review is look at how we can further embed that ethos and those ways of working within Somerset Council, whether or not we have LCNs and whatever they look like into the future. We know that there is lots of good practice that we can build on going forwards. Sarah, is there anything to add to the background?
Not from my perspective, Kate, thank you.
Thanks. So I'm going to hand over to Jason Lehman, who is online and one of the research team that is he's going to give you an overview of the methodology that is being used for this research phase, a snapshot of some of the feedback that we're hearing and why it matters, and how it will be used in the third phase, or the second phase of the project, which will be a series of co-design workshops. So Jason, I think you're there.
Thanks very much, Kate. Yes, thank you. I'm Dr. Jason Lehman, and I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Amy Burnett. We are part of a team of 4 working under the umbrella of Citizen Network and carrying out this review. And if we go on to the next slide, please. So as Kate mentioned, purpose of this presentation is to update you on the progress of the review, give a little overview of findings, talk about our approach to the review and set out some next steps. Just to make clear, we're still analysing the data. So myself and Amy are still pulling the data together, interpreting it and exploring how to use it, or how it comes together to support the next stage. So this is an interim snapshot, but it does give some reflection of a view of a wide range of stakeholders around the interaction between Somerset Council and communities. And when we're talking about communities, when I mention communities in this, certainly the people we've spoken to are the people who work with to a certain extent. So VCFSEs, perhaps people who are particularly prominent in the community, as well as council officers, members, parish councillors and clerks, and members of public services. So these are the people that we've spoken to. And what the review does not do is it won't look to recommend changes, sort of structural operational changes to delivering services. This is about forming a framework for how Somerset Council works with communities. And rather than recommending specific changes, though there are some things within scope, as Kate mentioned, LCNs being one of them. Okay, so we go to next slide. So just a little overview of our approach. We use a double diamond design approach, and what this means, we've essentially done the left diamond, and this is where we've started the project and then engaged with a wide range of stakeholders, bringing in a wide range of evidence around people's viewpoints on Somerset Council's interaction with communities, their experiences, some ideas for where things might go, their ideas for what might make it better. And obviously there's differences there. And so what we look at is where these differences essentially create design challenges. So we have people who want different things. How do we resolve that? How do we resolve that in the best way so that will improve the work of Somerset Council with communities? And so what we're doing at the moment is creating a design brief, and then that will go on to the next stage of co-design workshops to look at what are the best options for Somerset Council, and then decide on recommendations going forward. So go to the next slide. So a wide range of people took part. We interviewed 48 people, wide range of stakeholders, had 4 place-based focus groups, so different areas of Somerset, mainly with town and parish council, attendance also with several VCFSEs, and also held several focus groups, including with LCN link officers and strategic VCFSEs. So a wide range of stakeholders. We also carried out a survey, 145 responses to that. Again, a lot of city, parish, town council councillors responding, along with people who are involved in community groups and people who are involved in local community networks. So a lot of different stakeholders, a lot of different viewpoints coming through, and that gives us a great body of evidence to develop from. So if we go to the next slide. So yeah, so I'll talk about the interim findings and just pick out a couple from these broad findings. Looking across this piece. So one of the things that really came out was a desire across departments, a desire across councillors and officers to work with communities. So to engage people, to involve people, doing this in different ways, depending on the service, depending on constraints, depending on focus, but always a desire to connect and to engage. And within Somerset Council, there are absolutely excellent examples of co-design, of working with communities and carrying out work that then kind of prevents more acute harm, prevents things escalating down the road. So there's absolutely excellent best practice happening within Somerset, and that's super. On the challenge side of it, however, one of the things that was evident from both people outside Somerset Council and within the council was a perception of fragmentation, so a perception of inconsistency in approach to communities, finding things not joined up, and this making things difficult, making things difficult to have a responsive relationship, making things difficult to progress issues that were important to the community or left communities feeling unheard. So there are strengths, there are real excellent strengths, but there are also challenges. So if you go to the next slide. So with this in mind, that we have both strengths and challenges, and we have different perceptions also of what should be done going forwards. What we're going to use is, with this body of evidence that we have, we move on to setting up a series of design challenges. So through the workshops, what we'll do is talk around, for example, we have the example of LCN meetings. So in some areas, LCN meetings are quite formal. They're very structured. They're timetabled well in advance, and that really works for that area. For some areas, people value much more, or would argue they would value much more something that's more organic, more responsive, more flexible. So that suggests that it would be great if actually LCN meetings could be very flexible across Somerset. But other people say, actually, what we want is to know what an LCN meeting is, what's the remit, how it's structured, and to know that whichever meeting I'm going to. And so there's a call there for consistency. And so what we see with across quite a few things is this tension between people wanting flexibility in provision and people wanting consistency in kind of how things are working. And so that's a tension that we need to resolve. So we go through to the workshop, and if considering something like an LCN meeting or some other kind of working with community, how do we resolve that? Because different stakeholders have different viewpoints, and within particular roles, people might have a particular viewpoint. And so it's how we resolve that tension going forward. And that's one of the things we're going to do in the workshop. Well, is one of the key things we're going to do in the workshop, and create solutions from that, essentially being a problem-solving process. So if you go to a next example. So perhaps one of the things that was quite strongly came out and asked, for example, from parish clerks, was wanting a kind of responsive relationship with the council. So wanting a route into the council where if they've got an issue, that they've got a clear contact point, and they can go in and talk to the officer concerned. Kind of have an easy route in, be linked into the council, and feel that's responsive. But from a service management point of view, there's a concern of, well, how am I going to manage that demand if there's lots and lots of people contacting my officers, and they're perhaps prioritising issues which aren't my original priorities at the beginning of the year? How do I manage the time of my officers? So there's another tension here between wanting responsiveness and needing to be able to manage demand. And so if we talk about, okay, well, how can we link people well into the council? Then this is a tension that we need to resolve. And this is, when I talk, this is one tension in that. So actually, one of the things that came up with this was around the issue of churn of staff, and that's related to financial pressures. And across a lot of these, things like financial pressure and limited capacity will also be a design limitation, and that's something that, again, is a matter of problem solving. Is there a solution there that we can draw from national best practice, or we can draw from what's happening somewhere in Somerset that will enable us to create a solution that will address the issue, that will enable us to do what people want to do when they think about what is good working with communities. And if we go on to the final example. So just returning again to LCNs, and it being clear that, for example, some people really value a structured network, that they value something that's clear, that's managed, that's delivered essentially by Somerset Council. Other people value much more something that's organic. For example, a few parish councils have an issue, a Somerset councillor enables just a meeting in a front room, for example, and they discuss this issue, and like a task and finish group, work through, and then once the issue is resolved or things are progressed, then that's it. The network is no longer needed, and so it's very much responsive to demand. And there is definitely a difference in viewpoint of what's valued, and a difference in viewpoint across places, and a difference in viewpoint across roles in terms of how these networks sit together. How we manage to avoid duplication, and how we manage to make them work well. Arguably, there's a need for both. There's certainly people expressing a need for both. So how do we navigate that tension? How do we make it work well? So again, something that we'll need to work through in the workshops, essentially as a problem-solving exercise, because we have the evidence, we've gathered the evidence about these different sorts of viewpoints and about the different limitations, and now the process is about, okay, how do we solve the problem? And thankfully, we've also got some great ideas for solutions, as well as gathering on relevant best practice nationally. So that's the approach going forwards. So if we go to the essentially that sets up our next step. So there's some things that were already emerging in conversation with officers, Kate and the wider team. One thing that came through was around the need for sharing what LCNs are across and sharing best practice. And so this is conversation that's already ongoing, but it came out of the review and linked with that. And another thing was around the Think Local Member policy, which came out of the review as something that was valued, that would enable better working in place. And again, that connected with another conversation, and this has been progressed to re-emphasize that. So one of the things coming out of the reviews is we hope to emphasize quick wins. But another thing that's also come out of the review is that some of these things take a long time. It takes a long time for relationships to form between people in the community and people within council, between different people in a place. It takes time. And whilst some of these things that we implement might be quick wins, the actual benefits of them might not be seen for a long time, and changes take time to be embedded. So a cautionary note. So if we go to the final slide. So essentially, just to recap, what the research phase has gathered, this evidence, experiences, these tensions and ideas for change, and the next stage will look to bring in best practice, also look at best practice in Somerset, and look at resolving tensions and developing solutions that will then go forward to recommendations that will come back to council, I believe. And that ends my recap, but obviously welcome questions if they come. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Does Officer Hellard, Officer Skirton, or Councillor Butt-Phillip wish to add anything by way of wrapping up? Okay, well, in that case, I'll move to members. Councillor Osborne.
It's under sort of various bits of paper. Somewhere is my microphone. One of the things I sort of like to ask is, and it's just a very quick one, Southwest Audit Partnership actually did a report. I know work was done in this report back in March because I know people that were interviewed for it, and they were looking at LCNs. And this report from SWAP has yet to appear anywhere, and it's not on any of the forward plans. It's not for this. It's not on this committee's forward plan. It's not on audit. I've also asked for a copy of it as well. No copy has been forthcoming, and I'm curious to know why it hasn't appeared on either of those two committees, because that report was paid for by public money, so I think the public do have a right to see it. And also, as well, it has been shared supposedly with the project team with Citizen Nation, and I was wondering what Citizen Nation, what impression they got, or how that report might work. That's my first point. My second one is, what information, hard information, do you have so far regarding clause 28 and neighbourhood committees, which actually turn LCNs more or less from a non-statutory requirement, which was something that Somerset did for itself, into a statutory one? When is that legislation going to pass through Parliament and receive royal assent? And when are we going to see guidance notes? Because without guidance on what government is expecting from this, it seems as though you're working a bit in the dark, because what your workshops and your recommendations may come up with might not necessarily accord with what the government has in mind. So I'm a little concerned we could be putting cart before horse, and we could be having to go back and redo some of this work because of what government says it does and it doesn't. And I think an appendix would have been really, really helpful from you guys to have actually explained and spelt out what clause 58 is, what it actually does, what it looks to do, and how it impacts on us.
I wonder if maybe Officer Skirton or Hellard might be able to respond to those points, please.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to the swap audit, we have a completed report. We'll need to go back to colleagues in swap to understand its route through audit committee, because we had anticipated it would report there. We have shared that with Citizen Network. Councillor Osborne, I apologise because we did commit to letting you have a copy. We will do that. We'll rectify that as soon as possible. What I will say is that a lot of the recommendations were things that this review will pick up. Some of them were very, can I say, around sort of how we demonstrate impact of what we're doing, particularly, you know, in relation to the LCNs and KPIs. And as you'll be aware, it's quite hard to always quantify community engagement, community development, but we know it's something we need to work on, and that will inform the review. So we're absolutely taking note of it. We've agreed certain management actions. We had anticipated it being an advisory audit, but it ended up being an opinion audit. So I had assumed on that basis those higher scoring recommendations, of which there are only a few, would go via audit committee. So we'll follow that up. Thank you, Chair. And I'll pass to Kate for the next question.
So with regard to clause 58, we've been working really closely with MHCLG while they've been starting to develop that guidance, and have had several conversations with them, and our colleagues in the review team are also tapped in to the government and the team that are developing that guidance. What we're anticipating is that the guidance will have, that, as you can imagine, all councils are eagerly anticipating it, not least those who are about to go through the unitarisation process, who are all developing very similar models to our LCN model. So there has been a commitment from colleagues in government that they will give us some headlines of what will be anticipated over the next couple of months, but the bill will take another, perhaps up to a year, to go through Parliament. And they anticipate the real full guidance being a part of that process. It's gone through the, I think Jason will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's gone through the third committee stage now in government. So it's well on track. Obviously, there's been a change of ministers since it was first proposed, the English devolution bill, and so the team in government are just keen to make sure that there's a kind of continuity. Yes, we're really cognizant. We don't want to make any changes to anything we're currently doing that will then have to be reversed in 6 months or a year's time. And so for us, we hope the timing will be good, and it's really important that we work very closely with the review team and the team in government to make sure that any guidance does fit very neatly. But we are also working with councils across the country on a regular working group to ensure that we're not kind of off-piste in terms of where we're heading and what we're looking at versus what other councils are developing and setting up and establishing. Hopefully that gives you some reassurance.
Thank you very much, Officer Hellard.
Yeah.
Councillor Osborne, you want to go?
Yeah, I'd like to come back, particularly on the point of the swap report, because actually we commissioned it and it was our money that paid for it. So therefore, it is down to us what we do with that report. So therefore, I see no reason whatsoever. It's not down to the auditor who sees it or not. That's down to you guys. And with the greatest respect, this report should really have been seen by this committee and or audit, so we can make our own decisions and judgments on it for ourselves. You know, we're all fairly bright people. We've got tongues in our heads. We're more than capable of doing that. So I really would ask that we that this committee does see sight of that report. And as opposition spokesman, I'd actually like to have a copy by the end of the week, please.
I hear what you say, Councillor Osborne. I don't think it is for this committee. It was an audit committee report, and it has to go to audit. So I think that's the correct route for it to go. How that is dealt with, I'll leave to you and the officers to make sure that that happens appropriately. But I don't think it is for us to see that report. And can I just remind members that actually what we're talking about this morning is the community working review, and just taking the opportunity to say this is what is happening in that review. We're being informed about where it is at the moment. We're being given the opportunity to comment on the work that has happened so far, and maybe a nudge in the direction of what might happen in the future. But it is very much about the ongoing review this morning. Absolutely.
Thank you for that. I stand corrected on which committee it should go to, but nevertheless, it should have gone to a committee of some description for them to make their own conclusions on it. I'll leave that there. I'll put that there. I think it would be very helpful for members, not just of this committee, but council members in general, to maybe have a briefing sheet on what the implications are so far and what actually that piece of legislation is saying, even though it is going to take 12 months to pass. But I think that would be very helpful, so members actually know, instead of just burbling on about clause 58, well, what the hell is that? I think members also need to know that, because we all interact with LCNs. And it would be nice to have the information first, rather than having it relayed secondhand by our parish clerks at parish council meetings.
Oh, right. Thank you, Councillor Osborne. Yeah. I think that message was received and understood. Thank you. Councillor Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are councillors around this room who have LTNs that are working, in particular the chairman. There are also councillors around this room who have LTNs who do not even start to work. Now, my first question is, what is the average attendance at the South East LCN? Because the last meeting, there were 3 people there. That's it. The actual grouping, I live fairly close to the outskirts of and represent the outskirts of Yeovil. The 2 members opposite sit on the Yeovil LCN. I have villages which are pulled in to the Yeovil area. Well, nobody, without being rude to Yeovil, wants to speak about Rimpton or Mudford or Marston Magna, all of whom are in and tied into Yeovil and wish to be in the South East LCN. And one of the reasons that the chairman's LCN works is it is all on Exmoor, and it all concerns the same community. And we have a fundamental problem with the LCNs, with the way the lines have been drawn and the people who are tied in different areas. And it's been done on area sizes, not on communities. And I think that's the first of my fundamental problems with it. The second problem I have is that we have no way of the elected members of this council in actually ensuring that their issues are heard by their LCNs, because we are given a fait accompli by the officer in charge of the LCN, tied into the chairman and the vice chairman, about what is on the agenda. And the third and final one, which Sue Osborne alluded to, is the parish council clerks briefings once a month. Because at the beginning, certainly, and it's got far less because I tend to lose my cool a bit, when I'm told by a parish council clerk that the council officers said this is going to happen, and I've never had any form of communication that has told me what is happening with my parish clerks. Now, that is a fundamental problem, because the parish clerks don't attend the LCNs. It is members of the parishes if they go at all. And we don't have any tie-up on any of the community aspects that we are trying to talk about here. And one of the things I find so frustrating, and I remind people that I was part of the prior to January 23 set up because the Southeast LCN was working prior to that as a trial area, and I attended every single meeting in that first year and every single meeting in the second year, and I haven't attended a single meeting in this year. We succeeded in the first year in setting up a excuse me, a youth worker between all the small towns in the Southeast LCN, and that was a very positive thing. Since then, we've actually achieved nothing. There have been no actual decisions taken between the groups involved in that LCN. And I do find, and I have questioned the expenditure. I was originally told that it was all coming from the public health budget. I've now been told that there is actually some general expenditure, and I would like Mr. Heapy to confirm that there is some general expenditure going into the LCNs, because at the end of the day, if we are putting money in there and we're cutting money from everything else, why are we putting the money in there? Sorry to be so negative, Mr. Chairman. We've had this discussion in the past.
Councillor Hobhouse, that's absolutely fine. I'm sure that Dr. Lehman has been listening to your comments, and they are, so to speak, part of the consultation. So it's very important that you've been making them. I just have to say again, we're not really here to focus our discussion on the LCNs and their rights and wrongs. We've just got to put that into the context of the community working review and know that there is an ongoing process. There will be opportunities for us to discuss the futures of the LCNs, the way they operate or they don't operate in the future. Your comments, I hope, have been noted and will be reflected upon in due course. I'm just anxious that we don't end up with going down too much of a rabbit hole with concentrating on the LCNs at this meeting if we can avoid it. But Mr. Heaphy, you might like to comment on Councillor Hobhouse's specific.
If I could come back on a written answer, yes, we do, but I can't give you a precise figure, but I will give you a written answer on it.
Thank you, Mr. Heapy. I don't understand, Mr. Chairman, how we can look at a review if we're not allowed to actually comment on our feelings on the LCNs.
And I'm just saying, Councillor Hobhouse, of course you can. I'm not stopping you in the slightest. But the community working review is about a lot more than just the LCNs. So by all means, make the comments about the LCNs now. But we're not here to discuss their once and for all, do we keep them, do we change them, or whatever. We're here to consider the review. And as Dr. Lehman has been telling us, there is a process. We're only a third of the way through it. And we just have to listen carefully this morning to how that is being operated, how the timescales will work, the outcomes of it, and how we deal with the outcomes several months down the line. Can I ask Mr. Mansell next, please?
Thank you. And as the chair's just said, clearly this is work in progress. We're sort of seeing it part way through, and we will see how it develops. And it's interesting, and it could be important. It could be very helpful. I've got a question and sort of one comment on one aspect of the presentation, but at least as far as town parish councils in our area, I am struck, and I think this is quite common, that there's three distinct categories in particular which are quite noticeable. There's the large towns who have staff and are clearly quite capable and able to take a lot on and really want to take a lot on, and have to some extent the resource to be able to consider that. Then we have smaller towns and perhaps larger parishes who tend not to have the same staff backing, a clerk at most, but quite keen to see what they can do. But they are in very different circumstances to the larger towns. And then we have the smaller parishes, and we've got a number of those in my patch, and they really are quite different, or they look quite different. It's not uncommon for them to be just covering 50 to 100 households. They're never going to be able to get a load of council tax in or anything with their precept to do things, and they just look at what's going on elsewhere and they go, we better do the lottery, where they just haven't got a chance of doing what the others are doing. And so clearly I wish to draw attention to that. And the question is, will that be reflected in the review? I'd be interested in your comments. And that really was the question. Just a thought I thought worth sharing. I was struck by the tension between being responsive and yet the sort of officers at the council being concerned about demand, and I see that absolutely on both sides, and you've drawn attention to it yourselves. I have to say, from my perspective, I'm increasingly seeing officers overstretched. This really seems a feature of the council that, officers used to have to go back to get a response. They're now going, we're drowning. we're getting too many response to take, and somehow, how this works has got to reflect that. And certainly my feeling is I'm seeing more officers overstretched. They're willing and want to do it, but, they just cannot manage their workloads, and that's becoming, increasingly common, seeing that more widely than did before. As sort of a crumb of hope, although I'm sure it's still got tensions in it. In our LCN, we've got a highways working group, and it does feel like, a success, and maybe helps to balance that demand a little bit. We've got an officer who comes along and it's done in a sort of structured way. I think it doesn't entirely remove the problem, but it does feel like a positive. So I thought I'd mention that. But really, my question was the earlier bit.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mansell.
Yes, that's a common theme. We've heard that come through as part of the review, and that desire to think about how parish councils of all sizes have those opportunities either to work together, but certainly to be supported to be able to build that resilience in their communities. And we've got some good examples. I think they'll come out as part of that interim kind of findings report that Jason will be pulling together. There are some good examples of where parishes have worked together as a group of parishes in recent months and over the last year or so that they can provide that capacity for the smaller parishes without taking away from that capacity of the large towns as well. So there's a balance to be found, and we're very cognizant of it.
One issue we have run into is even when there's sort of groupings, if there's money to be held, the understanding I've got is that a council which is going, because the LCNs can't hold the money, and so if one of the town or parish councils is going to hold it, they've got to have the general power of competence, and actually that's quite rare. So not many of them hold that. So that again creates a blockage. So I just mentioned that.
This may be one of the things where the national legislation will help. So I'm personally looking at that hard just to see whether there's an outcome there that can work for the benefit of our smaller parishes. Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing the initial findings. I have to say there's nothing really very surprising that has come up here. I think anyone who's worked with the LCNs would have come across a lot of what the content is, as listed in the slides. I have to slightly disagree with my chair that LCNs are mentioned very frequently in this summary, so I think discussing LCNs is relevant. And I also think if your team have seen sight of the SWOT report, we should have had sight of that to be equally informed. So I think I would request that form is circulated to everyone. I think I took part in it a year and a half ago, And I've been asking for that SWOT report repeatedly. When is it going to audit? It has never gone to audit. And I'm sorry, it becomes very suspicious when that happens. Why would a report commissioned not be shared with councillors? I'm sorry, I don't care what it says anymore. I just want it shown and revealed and seen, because it's an important process of our assessment and understanding and what we can comment on when we're looking at communities. So please can that be shared with all councillors? And I think it should have been done a year ago. I'm really not happy that it hasn't happened before now. I think fundamentally, from my experience of the LCNs, and it is a common thread through here that a lot of the information has been obtained through sort of discussions of LCNs. It's all about communication, and from my perspective, I saw the LCNs as being from the ground up. It was a way for communities to feed back into the council. I think that is not happening well enough. And I'm not seeing in the report enough on the communication channels for this whole process of community engagement to be effective. And I would like to see more work done on communication channels and how things are going to be affected in terms of the change, because if we're going to listen to our communities, there has to be a pathway that it's not good enough just to listen and do nothing. We have to listen and affect change, or we have to listen and give reasons why we're not affecting change. And that is completely absent in so many aspects of the work that's going on at the moment. And I think that's the frustration a lot of councillors, a lot of parishes are feeling, that they maybe get a chance to say something or contribute, but they don't make any difference to anything. And that's the big element of this review that I would like to see dealt with. I have to say I chair a highways working group, and that works really well because we have officers in the room who will account to parishes and to councillors in the room at that moment why something hasn't been done or take away something that has been requested, and they will then have a forward plan to respond, an action plan to respond back on it. We need more of those forums for parishes and councillors and members of the public to actually feel they can attend places with officers where they will have a direct contact to effect change. That's my personal view on that, but I would like to see some of that come into the review if possible, because I think there is general consensus the highways working groups are working really well for the fact that they do get officers and residents and people in the room together. And unfortunately, my experience of officers coming to LCNs is they come to inform. They don't come to actually listen and take away changes, because things I've raised have never been dealt with, never been addressed. And that's me as a councillor. So if I'm not getting that effective change, how is a member of the public or a parish council going to get that effective change? So that's my sort of comments. The only other thing I'd say is great if parishes want to work together. If you have an LCN where the parishes feel they're all doing very well on their own and they don't need to work together, you're not going to get common consensus or buy-in. And I think that is a really important part of whether an LCN is affecting positive change for its area or not, if they're working together or not. So I think there's a lot more I would like to see in the review about communication and how to build communication. I think there's a lot of work to do to make these effective vehicles for our residents to feel they have a place to participate in the work of the council. So I look forward to seeing what further work you come up with. But my question would be, why are we listening? If we're listening, we need to do something with it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Officer Hallar, do you want to come in, or Officer Skirden?
Just to reassure really that the examples that Jason has used today are a snapshot. There are a couple of examples of some of the tensions that are being raised through the review. But I think there's been a lot, Jason, around that does have a focus on communication, how we communicate as an organisation, how we listen, how we encourage participation, and how we might build that into the future. So actually, the full report of the initial findings that will lead into the next phase of those co-design workshops will be very comprehensive and much more detailed than the high level summary that we've seen today. Did you want to add to that?
Thank you, Chair, if I may. Just to respond to Councillor Johnson's point about the ability for things that are discussed to actually influence what happens. That's something that I think has come through loud and clear through informal conversations and through the research. And it's something we're working really hard with colleagues across the council. So, because otherwise the risk is that you have a constructive conversation in a LCN or other forum, but in the community, and it doesn't get back to the people that could do something about that or could help do something about it. It may not always be Somerset Council, but we need to find a mechanism to make sure that we're sharing what we're hearing and having it considered. So absolutely, that's part of the review.
Can I have confirmation on the swap?
Oh, the swap report.
So I just would say that my understanding is that it would go to audit committee, but I do not know the process. So please let me pick that up with colleagues. So I don't know the timing and the process and the schedule. It would not normally come to this committee, but it would go via audit committee. And I don't believe there's anything in that report that can't be circulated. So I would double check with SWAT colleagues and share it as appropriate. There is nothing in there that you haven't already flagged, I don't think, or that we haven't already captured, but I will make sure that it can be shared. I'm looking at Alan in terms of governance.
Can I just ask, why has it not been shared? If it's gone to this working group who are these consultants who are working it, why has it not been shared with us? I mean, it just seems illogical that hasn't. I understand what you're saying, it goes to audit, but if we are being asked to consider what they are considering, I have no understanding as to why that has not been shared so far.
Well, we've raised the point, haven't we, Councillor Johnson? It's not our report, so we can't demand that it comes to us, but you've rightly raised the point. It's obviously out there. It needs to go to the appropriate body, which I believe is the audit committee. And
I would just like an explanation as to why it hasn't, because it doesn't seem satisfactory to say it's been a year and a half and not gone anywhere.
I'm not quite sure we've got the right officers in the room to be able to tell us that, but however, we've lodged point
repeatedly.
Yeah. Officer Scott.
Chair, just a comment that although the work started some considerable time on the review, the swap audit, it was only recently signed off because we did have some challenges back to the recommendations, particularly as it was intended to be an advisory report. But that is no reason to keep it away from members, and we will look to address that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I just also observe that both Councillor Mansell and Councillor Johnson have reflected on the highways working groups that your LCNs might have had. It might be that Exmoor LCN was the pilot for dealing with highways issues, but I understand that those highways groups have now been replicated elsewhere across the county, and generally speaking, they've been extremely useful and important. And in fact, Exmoor has one on Friday morning where we will sit down with officers and have a very helpful and constructive dialogue that works both ways, because the officers will give communities information and rationale, and they will give information back to officers, and that meeting of minds has proved to be invaluable. And I think it means that communities feel that they are getting a better service, and that, as far as I can tell, officers feel that they are being able to sharpen up what they do as a result of that interaction. So that, I think, has been a positive outcome of the LCNs generally, whatever the detail of perhaps the parent bodies might be. Those subgroups seem to be working well. Councillor Butt-Phillip, you want to come in?
Yeah, just for context, and Sarah's made part of the point already. The SWAT report was finished about 5 weeks ago. It was finalised, and Dawn's frowning at me, but you know, it was. So,
sorry,
just for context,
can I just ask on that? So I participated in that a year and a half ago.
That's good to know. It was finished. It was finalised in October this year. So you know, it hasn't been hanging around for 18 months. It's been hanging around for about 5 weeks.
Can I just challenge that, actually, because I did raise this with Sarah a while back, and she said that I think it'd be a meeting probably 6-7 months ago where you said the report had been, and it was with the executive leadership team. That was a meeting probably a year ago now.
Chairman, is this really the proper business of this committee? It's quite clear there is an issue, but we've got something on the agenda to
Indeed,
discuss.
and I've got other people who wish to come in, and I will call them if that's okay with everybody. We understand the issue about the audit report. The audit report needs to go to the audit committee. They are the ones who need to be raising these questions, I think, not us at this stage. Councillor Filmer.
Thank you, Chair. It was a couple of things really. One, a number of the issues I have been raised by other members, but one of the things I would ask is going forward with this, that we make sure any of the language we're using is plain English and not corporate speak. So I mean, when I was reading the methodology and initial findings, where we were talking about a double diamond approach, which I'm sure will date me but will work wonders, and then going into the involvement of stakeholders, the framework, engaging and working with the communities, it just feels like we're regurgitating stuff which we just need to get through to plain English to deal with people. Where, coming onto the LCNs very briefly, ours worked pretty well in terms of the highways, and it does because people actually see what happens and they feel they're making a difference. And I think whether it's parish councils or us as councillors, if you feel it's worth you attending a meeting and something's going to come out of it that's actually going to result in something, you'll engage. If it's not, that's where we're losing the impetus. And there is a concern, I think, amongst members sometimes that we are sort of kept at arm's length sometimes. It's been raised by other members about, and I've raised it with the officers as well. There's been issues recently regarding election costs for parish councils, regarding enhanced highways situations, where we've had information come to us via the parishes, and that really doesn't do anything. I mean, the report states that we should be using our community leadership role. Well, it doesn't do much for your community leadership role when you're made to look pretty stupid at meetings because you don't know what your own council is doing, and so that communication issue is critical. Again, looking how we're moving forward, and this is on page 100 and top of page 137. There's comments there about measures to strengthen place-based working, such as increasing officer autonomy and collaboration with partners. Now, again, as a sceptical member, I read that as thinking, okay, we're again being pushed slightly sideways here and taken out of the loop. And I just want reassurance that I'm obviously misunderstanding that. Like Councillor Johnson, my feeling of the strength of the LCNs and the way we deal with our communities was very much that it's ground up. And when again in the next paragraph I read that we're looking to local authorities across the country to benchmark and ensure consistency, LCNs shouldn't necessarily be consistent. They should reflect what their local areas want and what we should be doing, reflecting what our electors want. So I'm just a little concerned with some of the steer that I feel is coming out of this report. It's sort of taking things away from where I would feel comfortable with them being. So hopefully the engagement that's coming forward in the next part will address some of those, but that's the sort of concerns that I would currently
Thank you. So, I mean, really what you're saying, Councillor Filmer, is a one-size-fits-all solution doesn't necessarily work. Okay, thank you very much. I've now got Councillor Soughton.
Thank you, Chairman. My observations are really we're 2 years down the line here, and I'll say this first of all, I don't want to be negative about this, but we are 2 years down the line. It was part of the business case when we went to unitary. My feelings were at the time that we spent an awful lot of time on this and we didn't concentrate on some of the statutory duties that we should have done at the time. Things got rushed through over a course of time. Councillor Hobbs has mentioned the overall LCN. Now, I've been to nearly all of the LCN meetings, and they've been, apart from maybe the first one or two, they've been very, very poorly attended. So my question is, as this is a review, out of the 18 LCNs that we've got, how many of those LCNs does the review feel that are functional and how many aren't functional? Thank you.
The review hasn't been looking to measure the success of each individual LCN, but more to look at how we can pull together some common ground around potential next steps for the way that Somerset Council engages with its communities. I think we've absolutely heard the need for through the review, but also through from other channels, the need for members to be hearing about things before parishes, but also to be able to kind of take into account the various mechanisms. So LCNs are a mechanism that we engage with our communities. They're not the mechanism, and we don't expect them to be the mechanism going forward. But I didn't know if Jason, you wanted to just come in here, because we haven't kind of come back to you, and whether there was any reflection that you wanted to add going forward.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Kate. I mean, just essentially to reassure members in the room that the points that have been raised, we've evidenced through the review, and that evidence will then be taken forward to the next stage. So things like, for example, the prioritization of engagement versus prioritizing core delivery, that kind of tension, the tension between how we enable smaller parishes to have voice when larger towns, their interests, larger town councils, larger parishes, their interests and capacities are very different. So that's certainly something that's come out. And indeed, where things are working, and some things are working very well, where they're not working so well and why that is. And just referring to the point around best practice, that we will look to elsewhere for best practice, but very much recognizing that what is right for one place and for one group of people at one time is not necessarily right for, kind of next door, as it were, and it's understanding that variation, and then again navigating, well, how can we do that in a way that meets what people want in one place and what people want in another, in a way that's also sustainable for what Somerset Council can do, and that's some of the problems that the workshops will work through. I hope that's
fine,
some of the points.
Dr. Lehman. Thank you very much. Thank you. I've got Councillor Seeb and then Councillor Lovell. Those are the hands I've seen so far. Councillor Hobhouse wishes to come back in a moment. Councillor Southern, yes, of course.
Yeah, sorry, I'm still struggling to understand, actually. I know every LCM will be different and different areas have different needs, etc., but if they're not functioning at the moment, are we identifying why some are and some aren't? That's the bit I'm struggling with. That the Yeovil LCM, for example, because that's the only one I know of, is dysfunctional. The last meeting I went was held at North Cadbury Village Hall. An officer from a parish council came to give a report to the LCN, and she ended up telling her own councillors from that parish what they already knew, which was, to my mind, was a complete and utter waste of time, officers' time, and everything else. So I just want to understand if that's been looked at as why they are in that way.
Officer Hellard, thank you very much.
Yes, just very briefly to reassure you, I know that Jason and the team have been gathering those that feedback and making sure that will feed into the next stage. So where we know things work, where there are complexities, and making sure that we're taking all of those elements into account.
Okay, thank you very much. I've now got Councillor Seeb.
I find this conversation's been a little foggy. It's wandered around. It feels like you're trying to cross the motorway in the fog. Things just keep coming out, and there are some common themes, but what there isn't is a clear big picture, a helicopter view of the situation that lets you act with clarity. And it seems that we are trying to get there. Things I wasn't seeing in the slide deck. The word democracy does not appear anywhere. When we spend public money, we need public assent, and this is why we, on our side of the fence, for the things that we are accountable for, seek to engage with the public. I don't see the normal stakeholder analysis that I would expect to see, which is a superset of all the types of interactions and who is responsible, accountable, whether you're consulting somebody or just informing them. That, I think, would be part of what I would have expected to see and is part of the normal project management framework. There are some similar words here. I'm hoping there's a degree of similarity there, because we do need to get after the interactions with planning, for example. You know, that's not being given a specific mention here. I suspect the reason some of the LCNs picking out a particular form of interaction have worked is because there happens to be a confluence of needs and form there. Speaking of needs, I noticed that in the left-hand diagram, it says identify what the needs are. We seem to have been talking about the issues, things where needs are not being met, but we actually need a complete needs map and a separate current issues map in order to move on to developing. Well, normally in developing options, you're trying to close down issues, use the framework you've got, but deal with the things which remain. In this particular root and branch review, I think it's the design brief that's key, and then testing against those needs to make sure that they're fully met. I can see, as I say, bits of what seems good within this mist. I didn't feel like the report gave me clarity, but I've some hope that we're getting there.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Sheeb. That's very helpful. My take is that this review is very much to enable us to rise above the fog and to see the general contours rather more clearly than perhaps we're able to at the moment. So it is leading us to the position that I think you're wanting us to be in.
Yes, Chairman, if I could just briefly come back, I would say really at this stage, it's an interim report stage, I would have expected a relatively clear stakeholder list and perhaps some analysis of what the relationships are with those stakeholders, which particular transactional lanes are there. I'm hoping that that is captured somewhere.
I wonder if Dr. Lehman might want to comment on that.
Thanks, Stephen, and yes, thanks for the comment and the question. So in terms of stakeholder analysis, we certainly do look at who's responded and the different interactions that are happening. We look at things like participation and engagement. So what is occurring, who is involved, and how are they involved? Just reflecting back on where things do not work. Things don't work in different places for different reasons, but yes, certainly where things do work, there isn't alignment, and so there is something working well. One of the things that we do is ask what for people is working well. What for people is essentially an ideal, and that is around all people, all voices being included, all parts of a community being included. And so where that's not happening, where there aren't those relationships, where people aren't being included, then clearly we can see there's a gap. And so we see there's an issue. I mean, there are some things, yes, that are kind of in alignment and essentially everyone agrees should happen. But there is also always some limitations. So, for example, around the sharing of best practice, everyone thinks that sharing of best practice should happen, but it doesn't necessarily happen because, say, there isn't the resource there to make it happen, or there isn't the practice there to kind of say this is what's working well and this is how we should build on it. So there will be what we're working to, although this is a snapshot set of slides. What we're currently putting together is an interim report which will have more of this detail in there. So appreciate this is very kind of thin in some ways in terms of detail. There will be much more detail in the interim report the design brief essentially that will form the basis of the next stage.
I've just been asked on my left, what sort of timescale might we expect for us getting that?
So we're currently working to a matter of a couple of weeks for having a draft design brief. I would look to Kate for actually the timescale in which that be shared with members.
Okay, thank you. I've now got Councillor Trimnell. Oh, well, unless Did you want to come back in there, Kate?
Well, just to say, we will be looking to be able to have those conversations in the new year with colleagues, and I think it's really important to remember that those design workshops will be a cross section of stakeholders that are involved, and we would welcome some thoughts from this committee today about if there are any particular desires from anybody to be involved in that.
Right, Councillor Trimnell.
Thank you, Chair. So I've sat quietly through this. I planned to sit quietly. I didn't have any particular questions, but as it's gone on, I felt the need to ask. When I read the report, I just read what was there, but I took it as quite an LCN focused document. So when I heard you say it's not really about the LCNs, that threw me a little. And I know. No. I understand that. So what I want to know is what is the communication? Because LCNs are our primary way of communicating with our parish councils, who are other groups of people who are able to do something in the community. And that's what we want, isn't it? You know, it's not for, you know, Mrs. Smith in, 49 something Orchard to be making decisions. We elect other people to do that on our behalf. And so, it's a lovely idea that we're sort of talking about communications with our communities, but at the end of the day, they want to see on the internet when the bins are going out over Christmas or Easter. They want to know, obviously about sort of other pieces of news, but on the whole, what people want is to be able to contact their council in a time of need and get a timely response. That's the most important thing to them. So the LCNs, what people want is for things to work without them even knowing that they're happening. And most people don't even know about the council, about parish councils and things. And that's how it should be, because people have busy lives. But the LCNs are failing. Now, Councillor Hobhouse, you mentioned our LCN that we have. I didn't attend for quite a while. I wasn't able to. I've been back. Things seem to be on a bit of maybe a point of recovery, but we've still got the same parish councils. So you might have 8 parish councillors in a room, but they're from 2 or 3 parish councils if you're lucky, and some of them are the key holders, for example, to the room. So we really need to build on that. They are our most important tool, because our parish councils are the people, the councillors are the people on their feet in our communities, telling people, well, actually, we're dealing with that at the moment. One big thing that was supposed to happen through the LCNs was the attendance of the voluntary sector, but more importantly, the attendance of the police and the fire service, etc. And that has never happened. And we were in a meeting last week and somebody said that, it's disappointing that we don't have the police to parish councils. And the police rightly turned around and said, we just cannot get to 270 odd, I think there are in the whole of Somerset. And of course they can't. We want them on the streets, but it would be really good to have at least one a year attend an LCN, but that doesn't seem to be happening. And I feel like the leadership from Somerset Council might be the thing that's missing in letting those LCNs know what it is that they should be doing and how they might get that engagement. And so it's not really a question, but I suppose what I would say is that I really want to hear that we're looking and reviewing LCNs and not just a general sort of communication where LCNs are mentioned, because I just feel it's so important. And I think other people have said, what's the attendance like at different LCNs? Why are some working and why are some not? That to me is a massive key piece of work, because I can see what they have the potential to do, and they're not meeting that in most circumstances. So there's not really a question. I just felt I had to get it off my chest.
Again, Councillor Trimble, you said LCNs aren't working, I think, when you started. Some aren't working, some are working very well. And I hope part of the outcome of the review will be to say, well, actually, one of the reasons why those are working badly is, and the reasons why some are succeeding well is, you mentioned the specific of the police, and our local LCN, it is the exception for the police not to attend. So I would say that in 90% of the occasions, the police always attend on the basis that it is much easier for them to talk collectively to the 12 or 14 parishes minimum that turn up to an LCN meeting on Exmoor, rather than having to go around to individual parishes. It is a good use of their time, and that's why they go and they attend the LCN meetings.
I mean, I totally understand and I totally agree with you. One thing I would take issue with is saying some parish councils are working means that, LCNs, that LCNs aren't working, because if only some are working, then only some communities and some of the parishes are reaping the benefits of those. And what we want is for all the LCNs to be working. I dream of the day where all the people that were listed, I remember saying, where are we going to find a room that's big enough for 59 parish councillors, county councillors, someone from all of the, where are we? And it turns out we could do it in a shoebox. So, you know, I really want everything. I want it to work because I see the value in it. And so I'd really love to see a real focus on LCNs and how we can improve them so that we get what you're getting in your area.
Thank you, Councillor Trim. Councillor Lovell.
I thought, as it's a review, I just thought I'd throw an interesting one. Our LCN is a sizable town surrounded by a lot of much smaller villages. And yes, not surprisingly, the main thrust of activity is the Highways Working Group. The interesting thing in ours is that the Highways Working Group, the focus, the epicenter, is away from that big town and is on a number of villages where there is an issue. So it's quite interesting that it's not big town dominated necessarily. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Now, I've got a couple of members who wish to come back, starting with Councillor Osborne.
Thank you. It's very clear that phase 2, which will be the workshop stage of it, is going to be really critical and really crucial. But it wasn't really clear from the slides what those 4 workshops were going to be, what the themes were, when we were going to be holding them, whether they're all going to be held simultaneously or one following on from the other, who's going to be involved, and also what is the reporting process for coming back to scrutiny? Does this go away and doesn't come back until it's a full report with recommendations? I think it would be really helpful if scrutiny was sort of appraised of maybe some of those findings from those workshops, particularly if they're more detailed. It's clear that, you know, I think Exmoor are very lucky that they have a working LCN, but it did have a couple of things going for it. It was one of the pilots, and the pilots were quite invested in terms of staff resource. They actually had a dedicated highway officer working with them, and also there was a group half there anyway because there'd already been a group looking there at, I think, some highways issues, plus as well also things like flooding and I guess dealing with snow as well, because it doesn't all just come down as liquid there. The other 2 LCNs I probably hear less about, but again, they had officer input, so that gave them a start. The other LCNs had to start from scratch with no budget, fluctuating officers because there was turnover, and parishes that hadn't really worked together before. So it was a really big hurdle to climb. And one of the things I'm curious about, because I had another look at it in shorthand form, was the original 2020 business case, which was accepted by government for the LCNs. And that original business case envisaged LCNs as committees of council, that they would have some decision making powers, and they would also have, again, I think there was potentially a budget allocation, not big ones, so they could maybe look at quick win projects and funding things that they felt they needed to hold. And that was something that was very attractive because you were then going to be feeding into council as an LCN, as a committee of council. So you were going to have a seat at the table, which makes it look very attractive. What happened with the 23 review was that they were in effect what I would call defanged. So they weren't committees of council, they just became advisory bodies. And I think at that point, some people maybe switched off and saw Q another talking shop. And certainly I noticed there was quite a drop off in, again, as you say, police, other VCSEs coming along, unless there was a specific topic to talk about. So the reason is, why was the ambition dialed back? Is one of the workshops going to be looking at redialing up that ambition, looking again at the model of them as communities of council, with powers that go with it, and there'll be a whole debate around that, I'm sure. And also as well, highlighting the good work that's been done by working groups. Highways is coming through as a universal one because that's a very hot topic for small parishes. And you're absolutely right, Councillor Lovell. I found the same with mine, that it has brought the smaller parishes in that otherwise I think we would have lost. And when it comes to the main LCN meetings, I have to say, when it was our AGM this year, I was virtually cheered when I walked in the room, not because I'm popular or people love me, but simply because I made the meeting for it. We can go ahead and we can elect officers for the following year. That's not a good situation to be in for any organisation whatsoever. So I think there's huge challenges and a piece of work to do there. And I'm not sure from this, have you identified the themes or the 4 workshops or however many you need? Are you going to be looking at drawing up business cases because they were woefully under-resourced? The LCN officer link became very, very wide-ranging. And again, as one of my my residents put it, who attended one of the focus groups, it felt that it had sort of lost its way. Their concluding line was, the LCN movement is 3 years old now, but it seems to have lost its way. It will be interesting to see if it can be revived into relevance again. So I think it's worth going back to that 2020 business case and seeing what the original ambition and aspiration is, how that was diluted down, what resources you are going to need to put into these to make it work. Are they even the right shape? How are we going to make them legislatively compliant with government legislation? Because there's no point doing it to rewrite it again. You know, they have potential. They should work in theory. Let's try and make them work in practice. I think, as Councillor Trimnall said, there's a lot of potential and opportunity with them, but it doesn't seem to have happened. And with it, we've possibly lost elements of trust and confidence that is going to need to be built back.
Thank you, Sue. I do beg your pardon, Councillor Murphy. I completely overlooked to call you in earlier. So, Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much. And it's very interesting listening to all these long stories. I understand that it's a government policy that they want to talk to everybody, all parishes, all councils, up and down the country, and LCNs fit very much into that. And we should rejoice, first of all, that people have kept it going, kept it relevant in some respects, in some cases very relevant, in other cases not so relevant. And I would also add that, in my opinion, when you're starting something new, does it automatically work? How many times does it have to change before it comes into something that's really relevant? I mean, and why should we expect LCNs to be any different than that? I mean, the number of times I've gone to LCN meetings and come away in despair because the only thing they could talk about was roads. That was very important, and it worked because everybody was interested. And we had lots of people coming from different directions and different areas and different parishes, and they were really interested, really wanted to be considered. But the most important thing is they wanted to be heard. They came to be heard and to make their points known. And when their points were known, nothing happened. And they were powerless. They felt powerless. And today I would ask you, how many times have you seen the reviewed organizational structure of the people working in Somerset? How many organization structures have you got that you can phone a person up and say, what's happening in a particular area? None. There is one that shows key people in certain areas, key post holders, but an actual organization chart does not exist. You can't go to an LCN meeting and say, here's an organization chart, phone them up. It doesn't happen. It's not come out yet. How do we operate? We've come through 2 years where I can tell you most people in Burnham-on-Sea Parish Town Council didn't know who to phone. Hadn't got a clue. Still have this situation today. And it's partially because we've had to move so many people out of the business, I'm calling it the business, the council, through redundancy, because we wanted to have it as something that we didn't have a salary going onwards in this great medium-term financial budget scramble that we've had over the challenge that we've had over the last 2 or 3 years. And therefore, I've even had the chairman of the Burnham one coming to me and saying, will you please do me a big favor? Will you please tell me any single planning thing that comes to you that might affect us down the line? And I can tell everybody about it because they don't know. I mean, and this is where I find it really difficult. You're reporting here inconsistencies, things not joined up actions, lack of clarity. What would you talk about? Tensions in working with Somerset Council. All of these are indicators that people are not being cared for, not being. I think Lucy mentioned this business of, people needing to be looked after, needing to be heard. And this is something, unless we do this, unless we consider LCNs to be important enough to have their queries replied to. You must have found this in yours, because you're so well connected that you could actually make sure it happened. Whereas we have other people who just can't. And so and also we've got this situation with us and them, with councils like Burnham-on-Sea, which is a larger council, shall we say, now £1 million council in terms of its budget. They can consider themselves to be more important than the parishes. Nonsense. It's nonsense. It's us and them. Why should we go to see what they're doing why don't they just come to us? It all needs bedding down, moving forward, communication. The other thing I'd just like to finally say to you, over the last 2 or 3 months in Burnham-on-Sea Town Council, we have been given councillor reports coming from the heart of Somerset of all published achievements. In our case, it comes from the opposition, who are a Conservative ruled bunch. And I'm just saying that. And also from the Liberal, from the actual establishment. It comes as a report. And in that report, there's a constant mention of where you will send your complaints to for the various departments. That does not go to the parishes. Why? Why? This is a document, it's a report, 5 or 6 pages long, with what we've done in Somerset, what we've achieved. We try to avoid any form of Nolan breach by not talking about politics, but we try. And I'm just saying that I'm just talking about simple things. If that report went to parishes, it would completely change their attitude. They'd see exactly what is happening. They'd have a place to send their complaints to, and the whole thing would change. And so far, it hasn't done that. So I'm going to just throw that in. I've said all I really want to say, because I am impressed with your achievements and other people who've made it work, because they wanted to make it work. But with oppositions, it's very difficult. And with a non-organisation chart council, Somerset Council, you don't know who to get in touch with. All you can do is phone Democratic Services. Now, at one stage, you couldn't even get through. You had to wait 20 or 30 minutes before you even got an answer. So we've come through very difficult times. We're through it now. We're into the next stage. And so I think we should, in some respects, give credence to what they've done, help them to go further, because it's all part of government policy anyway. And we would do well to start all over again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy.
That's okay. I don't normally say a lot, but there you are.
No, there you are. Thank you. You've given an outstanding contribution this afternoon. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Councillor Hophouse. I'm going to make a few recommendations.
Only going to be 30 seconds, Mr. Chairman. I want to read out the Oxford Dictionary's definition of a review. A formal assessment of something with the intention of instituting change if necessary. And I don't think there's any need to say any more. Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, the recommendation as printed asks us to consider the report and contribute to initial reflections through the discussion. I think we've done that. However, Officer Waldridge and I were just having a little bit of an interaction, and we believe that actually we should strengthen the recommendation so that it should read something like the committee considered the proposals in today's report, in this report, and following debate, it agreed that the initial findings from phase 2 of the review and subsequently the final review, its findings and recommendations must be reported to the Scrutiny Committee Corporate and Resources prior to it being considered by the executive. So it has to come back here after phase 2 and also after the final report has been drafted. I would suggest that some of the areas that we feel need to be looked at, and I'm just trying to encapsulate some of the points that you've just been making, please consider these as part of phase 2, and it will be helpful for us, I think, to test that when we get the phase 2 report, is what works well now, what should be preserved, what must be replaced or transformed. I think those are 3 very important things that have emerged from the discussion, but also leading then into the final report, that there should be costed and realistic options, including workforce plans included in it. We need to know that all of the options are fully compliant with whatever may emerge from legislation, clause 58. And we need, I think, also to be clear about the future role and staffing of the link officer team, particularly in relation to the LCNs. They are a matter of particular concern for many of us. Those of us with successful LCNs, and I would suggest that the ones I'm particularly aware of in the western part of the county, the one for Wiveliscombe, the one for Minehead and Watford and Willerton, all seem to be working very well. The excellence of the link officers is a very considerable factor in making that work. And I think making sure that our community arrangements are properly staffed by knowledgeable people is going to be absolutely central to their success. So those, I think, are some of the points that we will expect to see when we get the report after phase 2 and then leading into the final report. So I hope that can be incorporated. Officer Skirton, do you wish to comment?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it was always the intention to bring reports here before they go on to executive with recommendations, and we will make sure that we come back at the end of phase 2 and again before we make the final considerations. I think it's probably fair to say that in terms of change, nothing is off the table. We are just in that exploratory phase, and we will be obviously looking at options and any cost implications. At present, we haven't noted any financial implications because we're assuming we're working within available resources, but again, that's something we will need to look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hobhouse.
Mr. Chair, would it be possible to add some of the facts and figures to the next part of the review? Because at every meeting, people sign in that they've attended, and we have all those figures. We have actually got the amount of highway people who attend and all that stuff. None of those figures are in here.
Yes. So in other words, we want increasingly we need the reports back to us, and certainly the final report, to be based on factual information rather than or substantially anecdote. That's the key thing. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Can I add into that some information on the only other communication I know of, which is the briefings to parish councils, clerks. I'd love to see some information. I mean, I don't know if there's any other communications that you're considering within this remit. You know, if it's not LCNs, what else is it? The only one I know about is the regular meetings you hold with clerks, and I'd like some information really within the report on how those are going, how well attended they are, etc. What feedback you've had on those as an effective communication channel.
Number of points there then, ladies and gentlemen, but the key one is the committee considered the proposals in the report and following debate had agreed that the initial findings from phase 2 of the review and subsequently the final review, its finding and recommendations must be reported back to the Scrutiny Committee Corporate Resources prior to it being considered by the Executive in 2026. Are you all happy with that? All in favour?
Can we just add in the request for some of the additional items to be brought to the meeting? It feels that that's very generic again.
Well,
I
did list a number of areas where I can repeat them if you.
But they're not in the feedback statement. They're not in your.
They were not in the
recommendation.
The basic recommendation, but the sorts of things that we would look to have
captured in the minutes of this meeting. As
okay.
So that includes what works, what doesn't work, what needs to be preserved. Compliance with clause 58, the future role and staffing of the link officer team, all of those things, which I hope have been captured in the minutes, will support that recommendation. May I see all in favour? That is unanimous this time. Thank you very much. Well, and can I thank very much the officers for having attended today. We're very appreciative of your work, Officer Hellard, Officer Skirton, and thank you, Dr. Lehman, for having joined us as well. That was extremely helpful. Thank you all very much for that. So our final bit is agenda item 7, which was timed in the chairman's guidance notes to happen at 11:40. And this is the Scrutiny Corporate and Resources Work Plan, our usual work plan item. Is there anything that anybody wishes to say on work plan? The forward plan is now on the council's website and it will be regularly updated with new items. Mr. Latkovich, do you wish to show us where to find it?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I will. Yeah, I can do that. Bear with me.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask you to add a subject to the forward plan, please? I understand we're about to get a external audit black mark again with reference to the red building in Bridgewater. And I would like it added to the forward plan, please.
Okay, we'll yes, Mr. Jones, or even Officer Waldridge. Toss it between you.
I mean, if it's helpful, again, I know we've touched on this before when we talk about audit reports, whether it's from internal audit or external audit. Again, just to clarify, there is an extraordinary audit committee meeting that is being held, and all members have been advised about this on the 9th of December. The details regarding the project that Councillor Hobhouse is referring to will be going to that audit committee meeting. The intention is it would then subsequently go to the full council meeting on the 17th of December. Therefore, all 110 councillors have the opportunity to debate there.
That's helpful, thank you. All right, Mr. Mansell. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. I wish to comment. We did cover this last time, but I've still got a little bit of concern, and it is to just do with the budget. Now, rightly or wrongly, but I suspect rightly, it's going to be a challenging budget for next year. The signs are that it will be. As part of that, I suspect there will be some fairly significant savings, cuts, whatever in that. Perhaps I'm, worrying unnecessarily, but the signs are we've got a long way to close the budget gap, and we've got to be making significant steps towards it. Now, at the moment, we know the process is coming before us, but we don't know what those are going to do. Clearly, some people do, but councillors as a whole, we're still sort of unsighted, and it will emerge. Now, the point I'm wishing to get to is there has been a general feeling that it's important that the individual scrutiny committees have comment on the proposals relevant to their areas. Now, we're being offered the 5th of January for that to occur. Okay, but what I haven't seen any evidence that the other scrutiny committees have been invited to engage or be involved with that. We have in years gone by, but at the moment, I think the only committee that's being told what's happening with the budget is this scrutiny committee, and the other ones haven't. And I do think we need to make sure they're involved, that they're being told what's coming.
Ask Mr. Waldridge and maybe Mr. Heafy to comment.
Again, just for reassurance, councillors, you will know that very quickly after this meeting, you have another meeting next Friday. That is specifically for this committee to receive the proposals relating to the budget that the executive are considering next Wednesday. The same report will also go to every other scrutiny committee during December, ahead of the 5th of January.
Okay. Yeah. Councillor Johnson.
Can we have a generic sort of list at the bottom which sort of reminds us of things that are due to come back, like the community working review returning, and I think the AI we asked to return, didn't we, at the previous meeting for an update on AI? If we could just have a holding place where things don't get forgotten, if they're not actually aligned to a particular meeting, but we still want to keep hold of them.
Yes, Lord. Lord, that's fine. Mr. Lapkovich.
Thank you, Chair. I did add actually AI to appear on the 28th of January, and it will come as a quarterly update. But what was agreed at the meeting of this, I think in September. That's apologies. That's the work plan that has been printed before I created the new. But that's why I wanted to give you a demonstration of live forward plan for this committee.
Okay, which you were about to do. Here we. It disappeared. So here we go. So this is the live.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. The forward plan kind of mirror the format of the cabinet forward, and it goes. It will be every time there are changes into the forward plan for this committee, or also we are doing with the other scrutiny committees. This will be available there. So quite often things are changing in the last moment. Like we will have on this meeting as well the discussion on the format and the task and finish group. We are planning to add this for the 5th of December meeting.
Okay. All right. Anything else that anybody wants to say about the work programme? No? Well, in that case, ladies and gentlemen, I will close the meeting, but remind you that we're meeting again on Friday week, the 5th at 10 o'clock. And you might have thought this one was long. Please bring your sleeping bags. I look forward to seeing you on Friday week. Thank you all very much.